I am all in. I am all in for y'all. But it's so wonderful to be here. And when the invitation came, I was so excited to join you. I'm such a longtime fan and admirer of all of the work that you're doing in your collective, and very proud of you, actually. And I want to say, I think you're all futurists in terms of, really looking around at what's important and anticipating what's coming next and what we can do to pull the profession forward. And that's really the heart of my work as well, is really trying to insert a kind of anticipatory mindset. I think where my work diverges only slightly from what you do is that I'm really looking at expansive landscapes of issues, not just climate, not just technology, not just health futures, but the intersection of all of those things and the nonlinear changes that can be anticipated and not anticipated in terms of what might be the results of some of those interactions. So with that, I will just jump in and tell you a little bit about futurism and foresight. And really, I'm not even going to conceal the fact that I'm going to try to invite you all to get involved in our lab and consider foresight practice what I believe as a fundamental necessity for social work, for the future of social work. So the future, this term, this very provocative, powerful political term, the future. I just ask you all, after that beautiful meditation, to just take a very deep breath and think about the future for a moment. When you do that, what do you think about and what do you feel? And I would just ask you to potentially pop some ideas into the chat about what comes to mind. Um, and by the way, I'm going to share a link of all my slides, so you don't need to, and I'll share them as well with the organizers. Any words come to mind in the chat? Hopeful, worried. I know, just that balancing act that we're all doing constantly. Anything else? A lot of unknowns. Yes, Melissa. A lot of climate anxiety, concern, absolutely. Community, beautiful. So obviously our minds are full of excuse me, our minds are full of ideas related to that. I love this art by Alicia Eggert. She takes this piece of art and puts it in all kinds of places in the natural environment. There's a beautiful photo of it on the edge of the Grand Canyon. But the truth is, we are the future to our ancestors, and a wide future is ahead of us. And we share it, we own it. And I particularly love the terms like connected and community, because those are the kind of futures I really love as well. So the futures are full of positive images, negative, scary images. And so we hold those things together. Here's the central premise of my work. I think no one can deny that there's rapid acceleration of our share of change in our shared modern world. Things are changing for everyone. And so, of course, they're changing for social workers. The problem is we're not really talking about in social work how much things are changing. In some respects, we operate as if, oh, we're just this continuous profession that just kind of keeps gradually evolving our approaches. But the truth is, in a world full of rapid acceleration, we need to have some competence in the idea of rapid acceleration. A social worker in school today will likely work until the year 2053. So how might social work be different at that time? What are our ethical, moral, and practical responsibilities to accelerate our capacity to be responsive and effective change makers in this changing world? I believe as social workers, we should be actively participating. I guess it says actively. We should be actively participating in dynamic future making across all kinds of boundaries with others in what I have come to know as a beautiful, generative, global community of foresight practice. We can't count on concepts of the past and the present to be adequate to provide structure to the future. That's really important. We can't count on concepts of the past and the present to be adequate to provide structure to the future. there are going to be new kinds of organizing principles that emerge that we have to pay attention to. And I'll give you an example. We come from a lot of a history in which power was organized hierarchically. And now we are moving into a world where power is organized in more distributed ways. And that's really different. And it requires a different kind of sensibility for anyone who's going to make change. The Social Work Futures Lab is a group that I started that's been working on these issues for the last few years. And so everything I'm going to say comes out of our work together. The core propositions, the future will come whether we do anything about it or not. And anytime people say, oh my gosh, we really should have seen that happening, we should have seen that coming, that is a sign that that's a sign that we should have probably been using more foresight. The futures we want probably won't just happen. It needs something from us. And so the work of foresight is to figure out what that something is and then do it together. If we don't engage and acquire futures thinking foresight practice and use these tools, what I want to say, I can assure you that the most powerful people in society will increasingly dictate the terms of the future. And this is what I mean by it's a deeply political space. Powerful people have been using foresight for a long time. What my mission is to democratize these tools. We can't predict the future, but we can prepare to navigate and co-create it more effectively, more collectively, and more justly. Something that is said a lot in foresight is the future is plural. It's not predetermined, and it's not just one thing. So democratizing the future with specific justice, equity, and well-being commitments is possible and necessary, and this is where I think social work's sweet spot can be. Privilege, oppression, and colonization are braided through the landscape of the future, and we want to interrupt that as social workers. Futures thinking and foresight practice, which is simultaneously a philosophy, it's a set of conceptual frames, but it's also tools, culture, and scholarship exist on all of this and more. And I want to say social work belongs in these important spaces. I believe it's an ethical imperative for the profession to really acknowledge that the actions we take today as social workers impact future generations as well as what's immediately in front of us. So social work has an opportunity to expand and change foresight, and foresight has an opportunity to expand and change social work. And that's, I think, where the magic happens. So what we're going to talk about really quickly today is a little bit about me and how in the world a social worker ever got involved in this, exploring the topic of the future in general and in social work. And I want to lean into our strengths. And I think I like to say social work has a strong sense of epistemic disobedience, which is no matter what is going on, we like to challenge it. And that's good. That's good in lots of ways. It's what we bring to the table. I want to explore the foresight field, explore social work's future, and then invite you all to get involved with our lab. So this is me and a couple of my friends. Actually, my name is Nissen, N-I-S-S-E-N. Nissa, N-I-S-S-E, are those are little elves. So I actually am from a family of elves. But anyway, these are some little Nissa friends. So I'm a longtime social worker. I've been practicing, golly, for more than 35 years. I've primarily practiced in addictions practice, emergency room, anti-racism work, feminism, systems change at direct and indirect levels. I've been a longtime social work administrator at Portland State. I was dean for a few years and a longtime member of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation family. So this is actually my second national grant with them. I am a lover of mystery, community, stories, and seeking, as well as science. I'm a devoted interrupter of white supremacy in all its forms and a student of anti-racism, anti-bias, and decolonial futures. And those are the futures practitioners I'm most interested in, those who are also doing that. I've spent the last 8 years building futures capacity in social work and allied professions in the United States and abroad. And I did an amazing, mind-blowing thing that I think every social worker should be involved in. I got to work on a foresight project with the United Nations. And the project was actually about developing a tool for countries to use when deciding whether or not to adopt a new technology, like AI-assisted translation services. Should we as a small country use that? And we developed a tool. We tested it with a bunch of small countries, and it was really a fulfilling experience. to help people learn tools to anticipate what's coming and decide for themselves with full agency what's right for them to do. So how did I get into this, for goodness sakes? Well, I'm a long-standing futures enthusiast. I read the book Futures Shock in high school. Shout out to Carl Keener, my social studies professor. What a visionary he was. But I've always loved science fiction. I'm always into like futures topics, but I never considered it a job until I started working with oh yeah, Parable of the Sower. Heck yes. I never considered it a job until about 25 years ago, well, actually about 30 years ago, I got a job with the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation running a national juvenile justice reform project focused on addictions. And instead of hiring a strategic planner, my boss said, why don't you hire a futurist? And I was like, okay, but I don't know what that is or what they do or where to find one. I know nothing. So as a social worker, I first waded into this foresight world. And that process completely changed me. They didn't have us plan for one future. They had us plan for 6 futures simultaneously and then incorporate all 6 of those futures into one strategic plan. And the truth is that our supposed to be a 5-year initiative, it's 25 years long. It's 25 years later, and that project is still going on. I think partly because we were so agile because of the way we planned. I found it to be exciting, mind-blowing, interdisciplinary, international, visionary, disruptive, creating, and engaging. I was absolutely hooked. And I've always kept my hand in it, but it took about 8 years ago for me to say, I really want to do this full time. And I wondered, what would it be like if a social worker became a futurist? And I thought, well, one of 2 things will happen. I will either be laughed out of the profession entirely, which I thought was an actual possibility, or it would really take off because people would get it. And so the truth is, it's taken off. I mean, I've been really gratified how many people have been excited about it, as excited as I have. And they want a place to gather and explore these issues. So my deep conviction is that social work is late to consider these concepts, and we harbor a sense of urgency to explore it with each other. My blog, Social Work Futures, which I started about 5 years ago, it took off. I believe now I have followers in 80 countries, which I can't even believe. Reading my blog on Social Work Futures. That's socialworkfutures.com. If you haven't ever been there, please come and visit. My husband passed away about a year ago, and I've kind of taken a bit of a hiatus from blogging, but I'm going to return to it here in the next few weeks. So I look forward to posting a lot of stuff. RWJF has supported my effort in a very big way. They came back into my life. They said, we love what you're doing, and we would like to support you to create a community. So the Health Futures Lab, Social Work Health Futures Lab, which we've transitioned to be just the Social Work Futures Lab, is our result. I have written a book that will be out from Oxford University Press this winter called Anticipatory Social Work. And it is a book about everything I'm going to talk about. It's a book I wish I had when I was starting my journey. So why should social workers care about the future? Well, here's some reasons. Here's some reasons social work should care about the future. Futures of climate change, literally survival in the years to come. I don't need to tell you all that, but there's a new bestseller is called The Heat Will Kill You First. Portland had a life-altering heat event a few years ago. Many people passed away. We will see many other health events, and I don't need to tell you all that. You are all experts in that. Futures of collective trauma and loss. Futures of communication and information and discourse, as well as its weaponization. The futures of justice and peace, that includes all of abolition. The futures of tech justice, and civic tech. The futures of capitalism, post-capitalism, and emergent forms of economic justice and injustice. The futures of privacy. Who owns your face print is a question we ask in that circle. The futures of human and cognitive rights. The futures of state violence, of health justice, including gender-affirming care, reproductive justice, and others. Health capitalism is a term I've heard recently. The futures of rapid migration, of public health, disease prevention, and health access for the common good. The futures of democracy and shared institutions, of family and childhood. And by the way, there are futurists working in all of these spaces. The futures of community identity, of knowledge itself and trust. the future of professions, of racisms, the futures of art and all forms of expression, the futures of resistance, social action, and rebellion, the futures of war, and the futures of peace. And all of these are happening in the context of expected lifespan issues for each and every one of us. So people are still going to be born, people are still going to die, people are still going to age and have needs through all of these. I'll just go back and have you take a peek at them through all of these different topics. And by the way, here are the slides, just so you have them. They're in the chat. Okay, moving right along. So those are just a few. Now, the other interesting thing is our brains tend to look at these things one at a time. So you might be a future of reproductive justice or future of gender affirming care person, but the truth is those things are going to intersect with climate change, with the future of peace, with tech justice, with the future of capitalism, with the future of government. All of these things are going to be interacting together. And that is one of the reasons foresight is so important. It gives us frameworks to use to sort of get those things organized in our own minds and then prepare to take action. So at the heart, I think one of the things I love about foresight is that it is often most centrally about imagination engagement. And our most powerful tool as foresight practitioners is our imagination, and not just our individual, but our collective imagination. Think for a minute how social work is like and unlike it was 20 years ago. How is it like or unlike it was 50 years ago? And then think about social work in 10 years, in 20 years, in 50 years. What do you begin to see and think about? And I'm going to give some fun examples here in a little bit, and I show you some foresight tools. Leah Zadie, a futurist that I adore, has a really great article, you can look it up, called The Only Three Futures Issues That Matter. And although there are many, and I just went through a long list of them, she says there are really three that are inescapably urgent. First is climate survival. And by that, she's talking about heat, migration, just a second here, conflict related to climate, disaster, scarcity, emergencies, climate racism and gentrification, and climate action. So all of that falls under the banner of climate. Artificial intelligence, its ubiquity, its lack of regulation and boundaries, its possibilities and its threats. And then equity in every facet of life. And of course, the fourth being the intersection of these three things. Now, you intersect these three things with any mental health, child welfare, any homelessness, any sort of social work issue you might think about, you have it intersect with these three issues. It's a great jumping off point. A scary jumping off point, but a great one. To think about what the future of social work looks like, we have to kind of break it down. What will our roles be? What will our job duties be in our scopes of work? What about laws that sanction and authorize our official status or our specialty practice areas? What about our knowledges and how we learn and expand them? How equity will look and factor into our work? Who's considered an essential partner? What's considered an urgent priority? Our tools and how we use them? Our ethics, what will and will not be considered ethical behavior. How exciting. My computer is doing lots of interesting things. This is a little diagram that I made about what I think the future of the social work invites us to ask. What are we exploring? What are we resisting? What are we complicating? What are we grieving? What are we in active rebellion against? What are we wasting time on? What are we studying? What are we improving? What are we inventing? What are we regulating? What are we hiding, denying, or minimizing? What are we completely missing? To be ready for the future means that we have answers to these questions. Readying ourselves together means that we ask them and answer them collectively together. So when we're talking about the future, it's also really important not to fall into the trap of only thinking about what we don't want. We don't want tech to take over and destroy us, for example. What do we want tech to do? What do we want to use tech for to advance our goals? And one of the things that happens when we're talking about issues like technology is that we tend to fall into the problem of either saying tech will solve everything, we call that tech solutionism, or tech will destroy everything, we call that tech doomerism. The truth is there are possibilities in both of those areas and everything in the middle as well. And another reason we need foresight is to help us sort and prioritize and take stock of, but also embrace the totality. To do that, you have to pay constant attention to the need to discover, learn, bring boldness, imagination, and humility to conversations about the future. Okay, little slide. Foresight practice, the word futurist gets used. I use it occasionally, but the truth is most foresight practitioners that I work with call themselves foresight practitioners, not futurists. It's just a little more accurate. In order to practice foresight, you have to spend a lot of time thinking about futurities and imaginaries. Futurities are kind of cultural frames on what the future means, and they are diverse, very diverse in the world, honoring these different ways. Western, white, hierarchical, colonial is not the only way to think about the future. So we have to honor lots of different ways of thinking about them. It's one of the first steps of decolonizing. Most foresight involves questions, not answers, and transformational aims rather than strategy. It includes utopias and dystopias, that idea, but it goes way beyond them. Praxis, not practice. The idea that in praxis, we're constantly engaging in power analysis. So we're not just practicing foresight, we're engaged in constant and continuous power analysis. Scanning horizons, looking at what's happening, looking at what's coming, looking for signals of change. Every big change in the history of the world has started with little signals that other people tried to warn about and it didn't quite take. Different ideas about time. Do we mean, is the future 10 minutes from now or 5,000 years from now? And I was at a foresight conference a few years ago and they were talking about a bank in Japan that has a 2,000-year strategic plan. And I started thinking about what it'd be like if social work had a 2,000-year strategic plan. Like that's a completely different sense of time than 1 hour from now. And yet both are the future. Lastly, we need to resist and interrupt futures thinking as a tool of empire. The way that I practice foresight and the people I learn with and care about practice foresight see it as much more orienting on liberation ideology than other sorts of traditional methods. Foresight principles, way more than just using the words the future. Distributed, explicit, and equity-centered anticipation. Play is a big part of foresight, which is one of the reasons it's so darn interesting and amusing. It's fun. Foresight practitioners say that the parts of our brain that get activated when we play are the parts we both need to solve problems creatively. So play is important. If logic could solve all the problems, it kind of would have by now because we've applied the heck out of it. Openness to discovery, new connections, new opportunities, disruption as a given, have an expectation of nonlinear change. So an example of nonlinear change is that, yes, I'm a gardener. I live in the Pacific Northwest. That's where I'm speaking to you from right now on ancestral lands of the Klamath and Multnomah peoples. And I would say to you that hardiness zones are changing, like that's a downside of climate change. Obviously, we're seeing warming taking place. But an interesting thing that's happening is that wine, for example, can be grown places it couldn't be grown from before. Animals are showing up, migratory patterns are shifting a little bit. This is very scary in a lot of ways, and it should be, but it's also nonlinear in that we don't exactly know what it means. Maybe there are some good things to be salvaged from the terrible things that are happening in the midst of it. And maybe some of those good things will give us knowledge we need to do to turn the whole operation around. So nonlinear change can be devastating. It can also be beautiful and full of opportunity. Collective anticipation and decolonized imagination, political and beyond the service of the most powerful. So VUCA is a concept I learned about early on in my futures journey that I want to give to you all today. And when I first talk about it, you might think, wow, that makes me anxious. It doesn't make me anxious, it actually calmed me down because it gave a name to something I'd been feeling for a long time. When I say non-linear change, what I mean and what the futures folks talk about is that we are living in a world that is volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. And this is a brilliant new article I urge you to take a look at by Taskin, et cetera. And they break down this idea that in order to navigate effectively the uncertainty that's around us, we really need a new lexicon. We need new language. We need new things to new tools based on these things. Yes, I love. I mentioned the indigenous idea of 7 generations, which comes out of the Haudenosaunee Convention, actually in the late 1800s, I believe, but is a long-standing indigenous principle. I'll get to that in a little bit. There's brilliant articles written about how COVID, for example, was the ultimate VUCA public health event. It was volatile, it was uncertain, it was complex, it was ambiguous. And we need to build our muscles in being able to take action in a very VUCA world. This is one of the central ideas I think is critical for social workers to understand and embrace. So as long as there have been people, they've explored and theorized about the future. Excuse me, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy was founded between 1450 and 1660. Wow, I had my years off there. I love this principle, the great law of peace, which is an extensive piece of writing and a beautiful piece of writing. But in there, the tribes involved describe the principle of seven generations, which means centering the needs and well-being of 7 generations ahead in all vital decision-making. Over 100 years in recent history, foresight has emerged as an organized set of theories, philosophies, and methods conducted around the world. There are over 40 governments that have national foresight offices, including the US, as of about 5 years ago. There's foresight in the United Nations and countless organizations and businesses. There are consultancies as well as embedded. And if you go to my blog, socialworkfutures.com, you can actually look at a list of the 40 plus governments that have this. My favorite one is actually in Wales, in which they actually passed a Future Generations Act. They took that idea of the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and they actually made it a federal law, just like doing a budget note. If you're involved in policy, every piece of legislation has to have a explicit attending to what the budget implications are. In Wales, if you pass a new law, you have to actually talk about its implications to future generations. That's an amazing thing. Scholars note that there are both unifying features and distinctions between public and private foresight. I lean a little more towards public foresight, but I like the imaginative energy of what goes on in the private sector as well, even though I may not always agree with the politics there. So it's an interesting world to navigate in which public and private folks are engaged together often, even though they have very distinguishing features. The public part of the tree that is the one that most aligns with social work, and the part that I'm most interested in has its roots in peace and anti-war activism following World War II and the introduction of atomic weapons. Foresight practitioners who were essentially peace activists and theorists at that time felt like we needed new commitments to futures of peace with these kinds of weapons of war. The current state of foresight is a vibrant, evolving global community of practice. There are scholarly journals, national and international professional organizations and associations. And I neglected to grab it, but after my talk, I'll get off camera and then I'm going to put a couple of links into the chat for you. One of them is a study guide that I use for a futures class I teach, where it has a bunch of foresight journals and things you can look at. A lot of climate stuff going on, obviously, in this space. Foresight evolution, these are all the what goes on. What do we actually do? And what have we been doing in the lab? Well, speculative foresight or world building, which is kind of like applied science fiction. Experiential foresight, in which you create futures and then you invite people to walk into them and see what they feel like. Participatory foresight is like participatory evaluation, where you get everyone involved in futuring together. Games and imagination. Scenario-based foresight, Afrofuturisms and Chicana futurisms, feminist foresight, indigenous foresight, decolonial foresight, decolonial foresight, queer futurisms, crib futurisms, and the inner work of foresight. And this involves often the idea that it's not enough to just learn skills. We also really have to prepare our inner lives for the kinds of changes that are coming here. One moment, please. Okay, moving right along. So my work focuses on what I'm calling anticipatory social work. And I define this as a set of tools and philosophies that help people shape their present world and create better futures in a rapidly changing and complex world. An emerging social work practice approach that's a combination of values, tools, and skills. Um, in the aims of more liberatory, anti-oppressive, anti-carceral, and healthy futures where all beings can flourish and thrive. It acknowledges and respects cultural notions of time, history, the present, and the future, and doesn't assume homogeneity of perspectives. It involves utilizations of practices that are critical, participatory, and I also like to say sort of strength-based. So I'm gonna, you can read these later. I'm not going to, I said most of this before. I think that there are 5 contexts that I think are really critical if you want to think about a futures lens. And right now, I know you're here together to talk about eco-social and justice-based sort of aims and foci, but you could actually use this even as you're thinking about this. So this goes bigger than any one issue. There are 5 interacting ecological viewpoints. This is the ecological future of social work. Not, I don't mean it like you are meaning it, eco justice, but ecologically as in context. The futures of social issues at number 1 on the clock face here. The futures of social issues. What are emerging social problems and what are emerging social solutions? And how will they interact with long-standing social problems and solutions? What is the future of social welfare and care systems at about 3:30 there on the clock? At 6 o'clock, the futures of social movements and new kinds of resistance. At about 8 o'clock there, the futures of anti-racism and all forms of equity. And then at 11 o'clock, the futures of professions, especially social work. There's a brilliant book called The Future of Professions, and I highly recommend reading it. In order to really begin to grasp the future of social work, I think we have to really be brave to look at all 5 of these areas. And of course, they all interact in these steep categories: social, technological, ecological, and that is the ecological that you are focusing on, economic, and political. So all of these issues interact with kind of what we call a STEEP, S-T-E-E-P framework simultaneously. So futures of social issues, for example, issues of power. Who gets to name what an existing and future social issue is? We see this recently in terms of the demonstrations on campuses and elsewhere regarding issues of Gaza and power and Palestine and the war and the genocide that's going on in that space. Who gets to name what that issue is about and what the solution is to it? Existing with emerging problems, there are mutations. So COVID, it wasn't just COVID, it was COVID plus racism, plus misinformation, plus technology, right? All of those things. The futures of our field of practice, emerging mental health issues, emerging addiction issues, aging, children and family rights, and more. So I believe we need a kind of observatory to really be watching emerging issues and what our possible roles are in them. These are places, just a few of the places I go to look at what are the future of social issues. And in the futures world, these are all reports that come out on an annual basis. What is the UN's climate change reports, I'm sure, are ones that you all are looking at. But what about the futures of artificial intelligence, or the Year in Hate and Extremism, or the Global Risks Report, which I do not recommend reading right before you go to bed, is all I'm saying about that. But anyway, they're really good and important reports that are freely available and which social work should be reading if you want to think about what the future of social issues are. We do not have in this country mass climate-related migration, but how many years, just ask yourself, how many years do you think it will be before we have mass climate migration in this country? And that's a question that I don't have an answer to, but social workers should be talking about and asking ourselves, right? And what are the ingredients of the healthiest, least trauma-based kind of mass migration plan should we have? at the Institute of the Future a few years ago, we did a huge day-long simulation of something called the Welcome Party, and we imagined what would be the ingredients of a mass migration, both the people leaving and the people receiving those migrants. What would that look like? What would that feel like? What would that entail to be the most trauma-informed it could be? It was really a powerful day. What are the future of social movements and resistance? And I just really want to underscore that social movements and resistance have been an engine of social progress for forever. But we are living in a world where there's a changing nature of power from hierarchical to distributed. Social movements live in collective memory, social identity, collective action, and imagination. There's always a lot of arts involved and really paying attention to them. And the people who are looking at the futures of social movements are concerned about racisms within movements, something they're calling democratic distress writ large, growing power asymmetry within the tech industry, and a consistent effort to criminalize social movement actors. These are all things, if you're interested in the future of social movements, and I know we all are, we should really be paying attention to. What about the future of social welfare and care systems? Increasing neoliberalism at every turn. Where does it end? I mean, at what point is it just too much? We can't cut anymore and get more out of our systems. Deepening commitment to decolonized ideas of care, responsibility, and mutuality. And of course, all of social welfare and care systems are caught up in futures of government, politics, economics, and work. And so the futures of government, politics, economics, and work need to be major concerns of our time together as we think about what the future of social welfare will look like. We have a presidential election coming up. And although, one might suggest there's no perfect candidate, one candidate is particularly frightening in terms of the future of social welfare and care systems. So there's big and local implications. What is the future? What is the future of racism, anti-racism, and all forms of equity? Truth-telling regarding history, obviously. A future in which we cannot tell the truth about history is a very frightening history for the future of racism and anti-racism. And one I believe won't endure, by the way. I think we will continue telling the truth about history, and we'll find lots of creative ways to do that. Anti-racism movements in tech, in climate, in the social work profession themselves. These are all really brilliant and important signs and movements. Threats to BIPOC and other populations and their mutations. So what are the threats, and what are we doing about them, and what are new ways of looking at them? There's a lot of attention being paid to, for example, in safety for BIPOC communities in online gaming communities, for example. Those are really important movements. And then one of my favorite signals of the future is a beautiful movement called about BIPOC joy and love, focused on rest, excellence, and more. And I believe the woman's name is Hershey. I'm forgetting her first name. Rest as resistance. Just love her work, and I love seeing that. So I feel like that's a beautiful sign about the future of anti-racism. And then the professions themselves. This goes back to the book I mentioned, The Futures of Professions in General. The role of AI, for example. Most agree your surgeon will not be replaced by an AI-guided robot, but most also agree that your surgeon will be replaced by a human surgeon, who knows how to partner with an AI-assisted robot. And there will come a time when you'll probably want them to, because that technology is so incredible, so impressive, and many times so much, thousands even, more powerful than the human eye. However, it's important that we not lose the humanity and the unique ability, the magic that humans can bring. I'll give you an example of a radiologist, for example, who's looking at x-rays of breasts for potential signs of breast cancer. AI-guided radiology working with a human is something like 4,000 times more accurate than just the human eye. So these are exciting breakthroughs. I've been to a couple of future of medicine conferences. It's a really exciting time, but professionals are having to learn to use. And I think social work right now is reckoning with generative AI in the classroom, for example, Chat GPT. That's as close as we've gotten to it, but we have to think a lot more about these things. I think, oh, one moment, please. I think we have a lot of fragmented and incomplete discourses about our own profession's alliance, embeddedness, and resistance to state violence. And that's something we're going to be talking a lot about, I believe, in the years to come. What about navigating the moral injury burnout and its variations in neoliberalized social work? I think this is something that's going to be really important. Understanding and being proficient with regard to fundamental changes in the ecosystem that I mentioned before. Anticipating what might be considered shocking possibilities for what social work is expected to do and strategies to resist. So what if our country moves in more authoritarian directions? And social work as an agent of the state, which we often are, what do we do in the face of being asked to do shocking things? As a professor, I have a bibliography, which I'll also pop up on here. I have a bibliography about very dark turns in social work's history in which we were complicit with really horrible things. It could happen again. And that's a future I think we have to look at and understand about ourselves and our profession. Cultivating this anticipatory lens, and then the labor conditions themselves. At what point does social work become unionized nationally? And seeing that as, really thinking about not only the present labor conditions, but the future labor conditions and what will be expected of us. And to give you an example of just things like the ubiquity of online therapy in the online therapy industry. I have benefited from online therapy. My family has. I love online therapy options. I think it's great. It's expanding access in all kinds of ways. But what are the labor conditions for people who work on that? And has there been I've been watching very carefully kind of the Uberization of online therapy workforces, and very concerned about that. And yes, paid internships absolutely must be part of thinking about, what's really going to be required. And I think that would be part of a union message, by the way. So what will happen in the future, not only by focusing on each option, but geez, you guys, my computer's got a little mind of its own. It will be happening in the spaces between, and they call this glitch studies, that actually a branch of futurism is saying it's not about the thing you look at. It's about the things that's happening in between the things you look at. And it's actually a thing called glitch studies. It's totally fascinating. So now we'll all just take a deep breath, everybody. That was a lot, right? Everybody with me? Let's keep going. What is the foresight process? So as a foresight practitioner, when I come in and I'm hired or invited in to actually provide foresight kind of services, you start with establishing the why. Why do we want to do something rather than just plan the way we always have? And it doesn't take very long in those conversations for everyone to talk about the many, many, many times we've had a big giant plan and then no one's ever done anything in the plan, and the plan sits on the shelf with gathering dust. So the why, the breakthrough, the nourishing next level planning that isn't like that, the connecting of people and conducting power analysis, exploring the context of whatever future we're trying to work with, and complicate official futures. The term quote unquote official futures is a concept that means futures that are handed down by powerful people. And so one of the things we do in foresight work is often try to disrupt those official futures. There's a lot of games and fun to prime collective imagination and agility, balance intellectual with playful approaches, using tools, reflecting, and planning more deeply. So I really have no idea why my computer is going back like that. What is the result of using foresight? It's a deepened and expanded sense of possibilities for different futures. It includes commitments to cultivating agency, agility, focus, and imagination. It involves the ways in which ideas of the past or the future haven't and have been helpful, doing power analysis, politicizing the futures, establishing a pluralistic array of ideas about what is and isn't possible, and most importantly, deepening empathy for our future selves in all their forms. This idea of developing empathy for our future selves and the futures of selves around us is a huge, huge piece of this. The resulting plans are more reflexive, contextual, and possibility rich. They increase a balance of passion for what's possible and wanted and a readiness for futures that are unwanted and undesirable. So some of the tools that we use, I'm going to run you through these really quickly, and then I'm going to stop in about 5-6 minutes, and we're just going to be able to talk about some questions you might have. There's something called signals practice. I mentioned that every big change in the world has started not with a torrential rainstorm, but with just a few raindrops. Signals practice is when futurists get together and they talk about signals that they see related to a given topic. I'll share with you in a moment. I'm doing a project right now on futures of reproductive justice, and I'm looking at signals in that space. Scenarios are full out stories that you talk about and you plan, just like world building and science fiction. We just had a National Social Work Futures Forum in which we had 4 scenarios for the future of the social work profession. I will also put a link, if I can find it, to the little video that we made about that. There's deeper archetypical exploration of different futures, collapse, expand, transform, designing experiences to help folks imagine and pre-experience different futures, and then world building and science fiction, literally writing stories about different futures. And I have my students sometimes just sit and do a simple meditation around, it's 20 years in the future, you're a social worker, you get up in the morning, what do you do? What is your job as a social worker 20 years from now? Tell a story about something you did as a social worker that day. It's really a fun activity. This is a signals/world building game that I came up with called Social Work Jobs of the Future, and you can play it on my blog. But essentially, I'm looking for signals about what's happening in the world, and then I'm trying to imagine what would a social work job be in that world. And then I put a job description and the signals into a little form, and a lot of these come from other people. But a lot of them came from me too. So one of them, for example, in the upper left is called a hospital health coordination specialist. In case you haven't heard, about 6 or 7 years ago, medical people were openly talking about, let's close down hospitals. Let's reserve hospitals for let's close down hospitals and only have them for the most extreme surgical kind of needs and emergency needs, but 90% of what goes on in a hospital would go on more successfully in people's homes. So how could we transition to that? To which one of my students said brilliantly, what if someone doesn't have a home? Which is exactly why social workers should always be in the room when these things are being discussed. But nonetheless, that's one, for example. So you can sort of see what that looks like. A disease detective member. When we're living at a time when we have emerging diseases, we don't know what's happening, and we need to send out armies of people to try to figure that out. Intergalactic social worker makes me laugh, but let's face it, we're going to be in space not too long. So why not have a social worker up there to help everybody adjust? Citizen science engagement worker, a post-abolition community safety design and support worker, an agency green transition coordinator, a reparations agent, an elder care robot calibration specialist, a political cult family deprogrammer, an immortality consultant, a heat advocate and coordinator, an eco-grief anxiety specialist, a climate refugee resettlement counselor, a digital death coordinator, an earth space adjustment coach. And if you go to my blog, you can read about what all of these are. They're not just imagination items. They're based on actual signals that I found related to this or that kind of need that's emerging. This is a project I mentioned before. I'm mapping the landscapes and context of the future of reproductive justice in the United States. And around the perimeter of this, I have things like fertility and birth biotech and medicine, advances in that, abortion and biotech science, the future of religion, climate change, and infertility's impact, impact of climate change on growing infertility, which is a big issue, cultural attitudes on reproduction and human rights, racism and reproductive health, anti-poverty policies, the political power of childbearing people, LGBTQ reproductive health, the strength of underbound abortion networks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I have one on there for the unknown and emergent. So I'm collecting signals in all these spaces, and I'm starting to play out, following Margaret Atwood. Um, the address to my blog is socialworkfutures.com. Somebody just asked. Socialworkfutures.com. I'm putting these together and I'm coming up with scenarios following Margaret Atwood, who I think was a brilliant futurist. I have a great picture of Margaret Atwood sitting on the set of The Handmaid's Tale with a cup that says, "I told you so." Anyway, she's got a good sense of humor, as well as being a brilliant author. Um, this is our lab. These are the people in our lab, funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. For a few years, we have just been playing with these ideas. We've been sharing them with the national leadership of social work. We've been trying to build out and experiment with frameworks and models and all kinds of really wonderful opportunities, which we're so grateful to do and which we're now ready to share with all of you. I already mentioned all of this. These are the four outtakes we had from our first round. Relate, create, navigate, and complicate. These, we believe, are sort of our guideposts to really help social work navigate the future effectively. And these are the names of all the beautiful people involved. We just had a national forum called Shaping Social Work Futures, Utopias, Dystopias, and Everything in Between. We learned in all kinds of ways, and I have lots of fun things to share. If you come to our blog, Social Work Futures, socialworkfutureslab.org, we will start to have reflections, evaluations, and a whole bunch of products and videos of our keynotes that came out from that. Excuse me. This is my book, golly, Anticipating Social Work, Social Imagining and Collective Praxis. It'll be out first of the year, I hope. And this is rounding up here. What does the future need from the profession of social work to evolve together on purpose, to be courageous and accountable, to listen and learn, to commit to discovery, to expand our shared capacity to re-envision justice, equity, and peace, and find our own place in recreating that, co-creating that, to get ourselves out of the way when we're not needed or when we're part of the problem, to open our ranks and evolve our systems, institutions, and structures, to have empathy for our future selves, the futures of each other, and the futures of our shared world, and to balance our sense of urgency with our sense of calm, so that we kind of can move together as one human race, and one globe, in the only shared home that we have. What is the future of social work? It's four things: not giving up on utopia, those places, spaces, and ideas that inspire and fuel our work. We honor places where change is happening, and there are lots of places where beautiful, profound change is happening. But we have real world challenges inside and around social work profession ourselves. We have fissures, we have trespasses inside our profession. We need to attend to those, acknowledge those. We also have areas of progress in the profession, things we fought for, evolving ourselves. We have done that, and we can keep doing that. We need to keep doing that. And then finally, the risk and issue palooza, that global threat landscape, real dystopias. I really underscore the future of social work is bigger than social work. And we belong in the world, not just in a profession. So as the world changes, so will we change. Foresight isn't a parlor game. It's a disciplined and creative set of philosophies, tools, and skills to move beyond the words, the future, and commit to more deeply intellectual and practice capacity. Not utopia or dystopia, but both and, as well as beyond. It's always an expression of power, never about predicting, more like map making and navigating, and always best in deeply democratized spaces. We are open now. The lab is not a closed group, so please come and join us. If you come to, you can follow us on social media. I have links here. Here's the rest of the blog, my blog and the lab's blog. And if you come to visit, you will start to see on the lab website, we're going to start having more activities, webinars, different things going on, because what we believe, what we want to build is a global community, a space where social workers can actually practice together. So that's what I'm ending with, and I'd love to take your questions. Thanks so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nissen. You gave me so many things to reflect on. I truly appreciate your wisdom and your knowledge and bringing this into this space for us. I will open it up now. We have about 5 more minutes for questions, if there are any. Feel free to unmute yourself.
I see Tracy has her hand up.
All right, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy.
Okay. Tracy, are you there?
I see Andrew's hand is up as well.
Yes.
Andrew, you want to jump in?
Yes,
Andrew,
thank you very much.
there you go.
I hope you can see me and hear me. My name is Andrew Sparma. I'm from South Africa, from the University of South Africa. And thank you very much, Prof. Laura, for the wonderful presentation. When you started, you took me into the future, and I was a little bit scared. Not only for me, but also for the generation. And also, you talk about the changes that are happening, even politically. It's something that we never even imagined. Like here in our country, we just voted a few days ago, and the political party that has been running for 30 years, just getting more and less votes. So, but also what is important is also as we look into the future, we also consider to bring hope, because as you said that in as much as there are threats, there are things that are scary, but also there are opportunities. And that is also the message that we need to take out there, the message of hope in the midst of all these challenges. Thank you very much.
Yes, beautiful. Thank you so much. And it's really wonderful that you're here. And there is really incredible foresight work happening in Africa. And I urge you to look into that, because there is a community there that you might really like to connect with. Any other questions? Again, I just offer you my deepest affection and respect for what you're all doing at this event and with your practice in general. And I sincerely hope that you will pop into the lab and start coming and attending some of our games and plays and just play sessions and tool development and ethics dialogues. We are here to learn together and move this profession forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see Kelly unmuted herself. I don't know if she had a question or if she was just.
I do, unless you wanted to wrap up.
Go ahead.
Sure. This was brilliant. Thank you so much for bringing this to us and having these open discussions. I'm curious about the connections to other social work initiatives that exist, specifically the Grand Challenges. That's the one that kind of came to mind because it was looking 10 years out from when it started back, I think around like 2015 or so, trying to imagine what social work's goals should be. And I'm just curious for your thoughts on that or others that you may know about.
Great question. And one of the things we did is the Social Work Roundtable is all the national US-based social work organizations. And we presented one of those pictures in DC was us presenting the Social Work Roundtable. So we are in dialogue with numerous national social work organizations, including the Grand Challenges, to partner and do some fun work with them. I think a Grand Challenge should be the future. I think we should have a Grand Challenge on the future, but also I think there is a future of each Grand Challenge area. And I think there is a really important, when I say the future in general, I mean the intersection of the Grand Challenges, because my one challenge with the Grand Challenge framework is that it kind of can get us into a tunnel of thinking about those challenges as if they are singular as opposed to very interactive. So they are, and I understand intellectually why we have to do something to organize ourselves. So that's fine, but we need more time to really say, for example, the stuff you're working on climate, it's going to affect every other grand challenge in a profound way, Those are the kinds of, but so will racism in lots of profound ways, and others as well. So we are actively, I think after I get moved and get settled, one of the first things I want to do is actually I'm writing a paper right now on a futures framework for the grand challenges. I know the grand challenges people themselves are very excited about this and interested in it. So we have lots of wonderful beginnings and not too much action yet. If you're interested in getting involved in that, please let me know. But I just think these frameworks can enliven and invigorate and energize a lot of the work, including in the grand challenges framework. I don't think looking at 10 years ahead is enough. And even the grand challenges people would say, I don't know if we got there in terms of really focusing on 10 years ahead. And by the way, the grand challenges is almost, I don't know how old it is, but we're like well into 10 years at this point. So you need frameworks that are more durable and that are constantly looking at the future in the now, not just every 10 years, but constantly doing it. We need an observatory. We need places to say, hey, that thing, did anybody else see that thing that just happened? What does that thing mean? And how does that impact all the work we might want to do? But yeah, we're on it, we're in it, and we want to grow it. And I hope you'll join us to do that.
Thank you so much. Truly exciting. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, everybody. Well, I'm going to say goodbye. Come to the lab website, come to my website, and we'll be pushing out lots of information. But if you want to come play in our sandbox, you are welcome. And congratulations, you're all futurists now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nissen.
You
Thank
bet.
you.
Be well, everybody.
Take care. So, folks, we are actually going to move into a break right now. I'm going to pull up our break slide, and we are going to return promptly at 1:35, and we're going to kick off our 30-minute sessions. So we'll see you all in about 10 minutes.
Going into an office, working 50 hours a week, having that structure.
Our animals. But you know how we like to define things. And so that typically is looked at domesticated species, but there's growing evidence, especially for social workers that are working with zoological organizations. And those like me, I work with a therapeutic bird watching group as part of my work of also looking at wild species. And so you've probably heard the old adage that research is me search, and that is a little true in my case here. As I was working on climate emotions, there kept coming up this question that I didn't know how to address in my practice through veterinary social work or social work more broadly of how is climate change impacting the human-animal bond, and what is there for me to know about practice tools and resources to be able to support the human-animal bond during climate change, knowing how deeply beneficial these relationships are. And so we started by looking through this acknowledgement of we know that climate change is negatively impacting all living things. So we know the environment, plant life, animal life, and then human animals are all struggling under the gaze of climate change. But what we don't know is what does that look like for humans sharing their lives with animals and that have attachments in these dynamic relationships with animals. And so that was kind of the central question that brought us together of what research is out there that can support us in navigating that question. And what prompted to be able to do this special edition was really that, particularly from the social work lens, there wasn't a lot of research that looked at climate change and the human-animal bond. And there was even less around practices, especially evidence-based practices that we'd be able to incorporate into supporting the human-animal bond during climate change. But what there is a lot of research from other fields that we're aligned with. And so just like veterinary social work is never independent, it's always in partnership with veterinary medicine, we wanted to look at what are other fields that we are aligned with, that we are working with doing to address the human-animal bond during the climate crisis, and how can we pull that together to be able to support a social work audience, but really a broader audience of helpers and healers to be able to move through that information. And where we found a lot of our commonalities, looking for an interdisciplinary approach, was emergency preparedness and disasters. And I don't know if Rachel Forbes is here today, but we just did a presentation that looked at, what does emergency preparedness and mutual aid look like for responding to the climate crisis and the human-animal bond. We looked at the increase of zoonotic diseases and public health, which I think Lori touched on really beautifully, of like our health is interconnected. So what does that mean for us if we're working in isolation as social workers on this issue? And then, of course, the experience of adverse weather and environmental conditions. When is it not safe to walk your dog? With the Canadian wildfires, which animals are most at risk? All these questions that clients and we ourselves have around adverse weather conditions. And then how is that negatively impacting our economic health, our social health, and then our physical health, particularly when we look at inequities and access to veterinary care and inequities in being able to afford veterinary care. There was this huge intersection there that we wanted to be able to address. And so those were kind of the problems and questions that prompted the three of us to get together and be like, we know there are brilliant people in social work and in our aligned professions digging into and navigating this, but we don't have it in a space that people can easily access. And there's lots of questions that haven't been answered. So that's what brought us together for this special edition. And then we also wanted to look at where are we in the field of social work when we look at the human-animal bond and climate change. And one of the things that we've been looking at, particularly in veterinary social work, is that we recognize ecological justice as a growing field of research, as a growing field of practice, but it wasn't one that's been integrated into our curriculums and classrooms to be able to support veterinary social workers. And then also acknowledging that there's lots of social work practitioners who may not have a veterinary certificate. They might not call themselves veterinary social workers, but any social worker could be interacting with people, that the human-animal bond is an important part of how they're navigating the world. And ecological justice frameworks are growing in the social work field, but we don't know how to apply that to our practice in supporting that human-animal bond and those relationships that we have, those attachments that we have. And then the other piece, which I think will probably come up a lot today, is that we recognize that all justice is intersectional. So we know that social work is social justice work. We know that climate work is social work. And so we recognize these intersections, but knowing and having practices to be able to integrate that are totally different things, right? Like theory is beautiful, but if it's not founded in practice, how am I as a social worker in the world getting phone calls from clients concerned about this, gonna know how to move through that? And so that was one of the things that we were looking at in the state of the field of social work is we have theories that we think can support us in addressing these questions, but what does that look like in practice? And what am I going to do as a social worker if I'm on a home visit, if I'm on a helpline, if I myself am navigating my own personal well-being and like I have pets or animals that are important parts of my family, how am I supposed to navigate this during this time of climate crisis? And then the other challenge that came up a lot in our conversations for our call to authors and just internal dialogue when we were looking to decide which journal would house this special edition was that in social work, we talk a lot about person and environment, but when we're looking at One Health, we've traditionally looked at, and we'll talk more about One Health later, we've looked at how humans and animals interact, but a lot of times in our assessments, in our intake processes and our treatment plans, we don't really name or acknowledge the environmental piece. And so when we're looking at the physical environment, let's say I have a client who's interested in an emotional support animal. Like, what is their environment? Where can they walk? Do they feel safe walking? What is their backyard situation? What is the litter situation? Do they live near polluting industries? There's all these questions that could maybe help inform that conversation that we have about something as, kind of routine in our field as a client wanting to pursue emotional support animal. But there's all these intersections of, I haven't really considered the natural or physical environment that they're in, and how would that integrate into our practice? And so there's these gaps in the field of how do we move from knowing that the climate is changing and that it's negatively impacting our clients to like, how are we going to integrate that moving forward? And just to situate us in time and place for our grounding, one of the things when we gathered was I live in Ohio, and I was supporting community members following the Norfolk Southern train derailment. And as you can likely imagine, and some of you may have been involved with, there was a lot of conversations about when we were asked to evacuate, can we bring pets? Do the motels allow pets? Do our pets do well in motels? Is that adding mental health stress to know that my animal is not safe or comfortable or not allowed? There were animals that got abandoned very quickly and shelters that were overtaxed with being able to support abandoned animals during that movement because nobody knew how long they would be displaced from their homes, and there are still community members that aren't safely able to return to their homes following the train derailment both in Ohio and Pennsylvania. And we also know that some animals are more susceptible to pollutants, and so there was a lot of grief around animals that passed following the train derailment and uncertainty about what could have been done to prevent it. And so that happened in February of 2023. And then as we were moving forward with this call for authors, we had the wildfire smoke come, and coming back to this piece of me search, I had over 100, closer to 200 individual Ohioans reach out with questions around the wildfire smoke and was it safe to walk my dog? My dog usually gets, this amount of exercise. We usually do a lot of training outside. This is when I see my neighbors. This is when I communicate with people. And there was all these questions and lack of clarity around, how to keep our beloved animals and family members safe during the wildfire smoke. And then we're also seeing at that same year in 2023, we saw some record tornadoes, storms. We saw the impact that war and conflict has on the human-animal bond. So how many species are lost, how many individuals are lost, the impact of displacement, and knowing, as Lori was talking about, climate migration, we don't have a lot of safe shelter plans in most major cities and rural areas of what does it look like to evacuate, both with larger species like horses and cows and goats, that would require trailers, and advanced support and economics to be able to do that movement. But we're also talking about something as simple as leaving home with your, let's say you have a lab, like a very typical, not large dog species. Many of our community shelter plans don't accommodate for animals. And so there's this additional distress that we see experienced by people who are displaced or experiencing conflict of how am I supposed to navigate finding safety and keeping my animals safe, and knowing that many people will not evacuate without their pet or knowing that they can be with their pet. And then we saw the hottest summer on record. And just like many humans are vulnerable to extreme heat, all humans are vulnerable to extreme heat when we're talking about some of the record highs we've had, but a lot of our animals are very vulnerable. And so there's a distress both for the animals in our home and the animals in our community. With my therapeutic birding group, there was a ton of grief and distress around seeing changed behaviors in bird species that they've been following for decades. And so, what does that look like to have your knowledge lost? And how do we respond to those feelings of grief and concern for the animals that we love, both in our homes and out in the wild? And so, to encapsulate all of that for the state of the field, what we mostly found is that there are social workers trying to find this answer, and there are partner organizations and professions trying to find these answers, but we don't have a body of practice to be able to support the human-animal bond through the climate crisis, particularly not on a broad level that's looking at our social work education system and continuing education to make sure that social workers are equipped to address these issues. And so that really brought us to, when we were bringing in authors, what would that look like? Whose voices, whose research, whose practice did we need to learn from to be able to navigate this huge question that's negatively impacting our clients and our communities? And then I'll pass it over to you, Valerie.
Thank you. And it strikes me that earlier today, we were posed the question about what we think of the future, and some of the responses that came up, like eco-anxiety or climate anxiety, ecological grief, solastalgia, all of those were things that we were thinking about with this special issue, these profound emotional states of distress caused by climate change. Discussions about ecological justice are often aligned with One Health or the One Welfare framework. And so this gives us an empirical foundation for understanding and developing social work education practices, interventions that recognize this interconnected state that Bailey was talking about, the relationships between humans, animals, and the environment. One Health and One Welfare offers a shared language for ecological justice work and supports a shared knowledge for the increasingly intersectional needs for navigating the lived experiences of climate change. And intersectionality is going to be really important for us today. As a profession, social work is tasked with the responsibility of recognizing how climate change negatively impacts humans, animals, and the environment and their well-being. Additionally, we consider how to become responsible and take an active role in caring for these entities. As always, we're going to start from a place where we have agency within our field of expertise. And to go back to what Bailey was already pointing towards earlier, we haven't necessarily spent enough time thinking about the human-animal bond within all of this and how we can respond to them. And so at the bottom of the screen here for you, we have some kind of key questions that can come up with regards to that. Our goal with this issue is not to answer all of the questions or to solve all of the problems, but the authors in this special issue, they take on these big questions about social work's role in eco-justice through critical thought about humans, animals, and the environment. And if we could go to the next slide, please. So this special issue is going to be published in a field-specific journal, Social Work and Mental Health, But our goal was to not only be interdisciplinary, but also cover multiple professions. Our editors include academics and community social workers, people from the social sciences and the humanities. Our authors include visual artists, poets, social workers, sociologists, and anthropologists. For peer reviewers, we leaned on the services of lawyers, educators, social workers, literary scholars, and more. The pieces that we've included in the collection include empirical works as well as artistic works. On the screen, you can see in the center is one of the poems by Nissen Cook that we're going to include. And then on the outer edges of the screen, we have for you some of the photography from our featured artists. The central question of the issue is, where is eco-justice and human-animal interaction in social work and mental health? We might also extend this to think about what can social work gain from looking at other fields of study, and also what can other fields of study gain from insightful engagement with the great work that is going on in ecosocial work. And now if we can transition to the next slide, I want to spend some time giving an overview of the special issue contents. So the issue is divided into 4 sections, and so I want to tell you a little bit about those sections and the pieces contained therein. The collection opens with relationships with the wild and tame. In Nissen Cook's This Morning While Clearing the Stalls, the poet juxtaposes the experiences of the saddle horse with the wild horse. For Cook, the saddle horse is part of a community and history of survival, while the wild horse looks to the present and the future free from humanity's constraints. Cook relates to both the wild and the tamed animal. The next piece is Hannah Mamser and Kathleen Farkas's look at the violence, including the violence of taming against Southeast Asian monkeys on social media. Mamser and Farkas advocate for recognizing the relationship between the violence against animals and that against humans of marginalized communities, addressing the role that the Western world plays in the consumption of exploitative films, purchasing exploitative films, and thinking about the role that the Western world can play in alleviating that problem. While Cook's poem is obviously an example of artistry and Mamser and Farkas's article is empirical research, both texts show the problems of animal taming and the freedom of the wild animal. Next is Collaborators and Companions, Making Art and Families with Animals in Trying Times. Ruth K. Burke's Markings, a photo essay, explores the collaborative art that she makes with livestock animals that she works with. These photographs allow a space for animal agency, so she represents things like the tracks animals make in the ground, or allo grooming, which is the process of animals grooming each other through licking, through physical touch. As the title suggests, Christine Kem's A Practice-Based Exploration of Advocating for Pet-Inclusive Housing Amidst Climate-Induced Migration explores the rising problem of climate events and the related geographical movement of families that consist of both humans and animals. This article articulates how the devastation of environmental disasters is compounded by the forced separation of humans and their animal companions, which points to what Bailey was talking about earlier. Mary E. Rotkus and Aviva Vincent offer an exploration of the field of veterinary social work. Given the role that pets play in many of our lives, the position of veterinary social workers engaged with both veterinary professionals and pet keepers shows that social work has a place at the intersections of human-animal health. But there are also unique challenges to veterinary social work, which includes working with both practitioners and the human part of the human-animal family, burnout, and also setting boundaries within the work. But the authors of this article consider the ways that the field can positively impact mental health for both humans and animals. Both articles center on the idea that companion animals are often family members and that social work and advocacy practices must take that into account. The next section is Meet Me at the Intersections, Zoonosis and Human-Animal Oppression, which opens with Maria Lux's discussion of her art installation, Eat, Drink, and Be Merry from 2016. I keep wanting to call it Eat, Pray, Love, but that's something entirely different. This piece of work is an artist exploration of the interplay between colonialism, climate injustice, and disease. Particularly, Lux's article addresses zoonotic viruses that transfer from animals to humans today, but the artwork references back to the colonial imperialist past of both the Dutch and the English. Lux argues that by seeing the interconnectedness between humans and animals, we can save our mental health and our lives. In Becoming Killable, Meatpacking and Kinship Among COVID-19, Seven Mats analyzes the zoonotic nature of COVID-19 and human and non-human animal bodies that are treated as disposable within the meat industry. She particularly looks at laborers during the pandemic who were deemed essential workers. So the idea was, it's essential, it's necessary that we kill animal bodies, but it's similarly essential that we use human bodies. They are disposable. They can put their lives at risk to do this work of harming animals. Matz makes clear the interplay between global capitalism, classism, racism, and anthropocentrism, but is hopeful that human-animal kinship revealed by the COVID-19 pandemic, the shared vulnerability to disease and to experiences of violent oppression, is something that we can use to create a better future. And then Cameron Whitley also looks at COVID-19. Whitley describes the trouble of animal rescue sanctuaries, zoos, and aquariums during the pandemic, trying to find financial support, as well as the issue with US public support for making available currently restricted resources to these types of organizations. All of the articles in this section show that caring about the well-being of animals, especially in times of climate crisis and zoonotic diseases, it's necessary to think about this for the well-being of humans, but the authors are also very careful in this section to emphasize the hubris of simply worrying about these animal companions as a way of saving ourselves. It's really about thinking about humans and animals together, not about humans in isolation. The final section is titled Academic and Public Facing Environmental Education. Both Yvonne Edenstall and Sarah Bexel and Rachel Forbes explore ecosocial work in higher education. Edenstall's article details a Master of Social Work course, Animal Assisted Social Work Practice with Children at Slippery Rock University. As part of the course, Edenstall's students engage with a service learning project that they created, animal assisted activities, and that corresponded with the UN sustainability goals. Similarly, Bexel and Forbes mapped the origin, evolution, and present of the ecological justice curriculum at the University of Denver's Graduate School of Social Work. This program highlights the value of animals and environment in their own right, not just as a means of saving humanity. So that's one of the themes we keep coming back to, as well as foregrounding the relationship between environmental degradation and other forms of oppression. Again, another theme, that intersectionality, something that we keep coming back to. They emphasize, the program emphasizes regeneration and resilience, which kind of points back to our keynote speaker earlier today, we can't just look at the future and feel dejected. We need to have hopefulness as well. And finally, Ezekiel Miller uses a sample of zoos to see how they mention conservatism or conservation, which is a central part of the message. And ultimately, Miller argues that there needs to be more of an emphasis in social media on conservation for zoos. And the section closes with a book review of ecosocial work and environmental practice and advocacy, which is an innovative and comprehensive study of the field. So if we could go to the next slide, if you all have interest in this issue, which I hope you all do, we encourage you all to use the screen to register for the IAVSW newsletter, and we will make an announcement. The issue should come out in fall of this coming year, but we will send out a notification when it is released. And with that, we can transition into, I know we don't have a lot of time left, but questions.
It's really wonderful, and I'm following along in the chat too. You had a lot of engagement there. If anyone would like to ask a question, you can just unmute yourself and jump in.
I have a quick question.
Oh, go for it.
You had mentioned veterinary social work. I know there was at one point only one location that did that certificate. Has that changed? Is there multiple places where folks can pursue that if they're interested?
It's a great question. There's a school in New York, and I wish I had it on the tip of my head, that just launched their veterinary social work certificate program. And then Cleveland State University, where Aviva teaches, is also looking to offer a veterinary social work certificate in the future. I imagine there may be more that I'm unaware of, but those are the three that are occurring or in the works that I'm aware of. And then, of course, that's only the United States. There's other special certificate programs or coursework that we see in some of our other member countries as well.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. This was so important and insightful. I'm very grateful for your contributions. I'm looking forward to the special issue as well. Okay, excellent. And then continuing on, our next conversation is going to be on group work as a modality for mutual aid and social work action within eco-social work. And welcome. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to the presenters introducing themselves.
Thank you very much. It's really exciting to be part of the conference. My name is Hélène Filio-Onserud. I'm a certified clinical social worker in New York. I'm a member of the board of the Association for Social Work with Groups. And in 2022, the association agreed to sponsor a group I proposed to focus on environmental justice. It finally launched in January 2023, and I've been facilitating it since. Its name that was given by all of us, the members and myself, is the International Social Work Group on Ecological Justice. Most of the members of the group are here presenting with me today, and next they will introduce themselves, starting with Andrew Spalmer.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andrew Spalmer. I am from South Africa, the University of South Africa, and I am joined the group because I was just interested to make a change, both in my community and also in the world at large, especially by joining this international group. Thank you very much.
Do we know who comes next? I think it was Sunday, but
Sunday.
he,
Yeah, he's not on right now, I don't think. So then it's me. So hello, I introduced myself earlier in the morning, but I'm also a member of this group as well. So I am located in New York on the lands of the Sitalkit Nation. And I joined this group because at the time that I had met Helene and spoke to her about her interest in this, I was really coming off having been in Kelly's class and knowing that I could merge my professional and personal interests and experiences with climate change. So happy to be here with all of my colleagues.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia Tkusaria Kimbode. I am an assistant lecturer in the Department of Social Work, University of Lagos. I live in Lagos, Nigeria, and I joined this group because of my concerns about the environment and to provide me with the opportunity to work with people of like minds and to find ways to collectively work together as social workers to be able to ameliorate the living conditions of people that are affected by disasters. Thank you.
I think Michelle.
Dr. Sam, you can go.
Sam.
Okay, all right. Hi, everyone. My name is Samuel Adejo from the University of Lagos in Nigeria. I'm a faculty in the Department of Social Work. My motivation for joining the group, growing up as a young man, the environment then is quite different from what we see today. We could see a lot of environmental degradation, a lot of environmental injustice. And so the need to connect with people around who are, on the same cause, is imperative, So that is the main reason I decided to join the group. Thank you.
Hello.
Nuria?
Hello, my name is Michelle Willoughby. I live in New York City and I teach in the social work department at New York University. And I wanted to join a group to be around other people who prioritize environmental justice in their work. Go ahead, Nuria.
Hi everybody. I am Nuria Prat. I am social worker and I am lecturer and teacher in Barcelona University. And I joined to this group especially to break my isolation in this ecological injustice because I need to find colleagues that and to work together around this big challenge.
And
Namunga?
last but not least, Namunga. Namunga, are you able to introduce yourself?
Yes, I was talking to myself. The mic was off. Sorry. Hi everyone. My name is Namunga Chibwalo. I'm based in Namibia and I'm a lecturer at the University of Namibia, the social work department. And I joined the group because I'm so passionate about environmental social work, in particular, climate change, climate resilience, as well as disasters and disaster resilience. So I joined this group so that I can enhance my knowledge and also find a sense of community and shared similar successes and challenges that we face within our environment. Thank you.
I'll just say briefly, why would we want to use groups to promote the environmental injustice? We know that there's no escaping the situation we're all facing. And we think that groups are an ideal modality to counter divisions that are caused by systems that intentionally divide people from nature and from each other. Group work reduces burnout and invites the sharing of feelings about environmental justice crisis. It fosters a collectivist mindset, and it develops communities of practice and experience that can enhance learning and drive action. Next. I think we'll skip this one because we're running out of time, right?
Okay, I will take over to just talk about some of the group characteristics and some of our successes. So in terms of group planning for meetings, we started off meeting weekly on Fridays, but this transitioned over time. We currently meet every other week, and we actually switched the day to Thursdays. It was a challenge to find time across time zones and with the time changes for us all to meet. We started off, initially we documented meetings through use of like a volunteer secretary where we would take notes and then send them out to the group, especially for the benefit of those who couldn't attend. But since then we have been recording the meetings, a video recording. Participation in each session is variable. It could, range from having 3 people to full participant participation. But generally, I would say it lies more in the middle from meeting to meeting. Some of the projects we developed, we did a group problem-solving process where we focused on one member who talked about their experiences, it was actually me, in academia and the unique challenges one faces in academia with environmental justice issues. And it was personally, it was very powerful for me to hear from other group members in terms of their own struggles and what they found to be as solutions. We also spoke at the International Association for Social Work with Groups last year at their conference virtually, and this year we will speak again as a hybrid presentation. Some of the projects in development, we have an abstract that was accepted at an Austrian social work journal about our group, our mutual aid group, its process and climate change. We've supported each other through some more local projects. Like we have a member, Nuria, lives in Spain, and she is working on the Catalan Ecosocial Work Group and the first Catalan Ecosocial Work Conference next year. Our group member, Andrew, in South Africa wants to do an international virtual symposium. We're looking at ways to, since so many of us are in academia, to have different opportunities for students to have some kind of educational exchange, across borders. So those are just some of the projects. And then some of the challenges I mentioned, definitely the time zones and the time changes has been a challenge. We did have a point in the middle stage of the group where we invited new members, so allowing space for that and also adjusting to the change in the group. And even within academia, right, we're all in different locations, so the academic calendar is different and our work schedules and workloads are different, so we've really done our best to support each other through the ebbs and flows of that. And lastly, language has also been a challenge. English is the language that is common between all of us, but there are many languages spoken in this diverse group. So making sure we speak slowly and with clarity so that we all make sure we're understanding each other. And with that, I pass it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Very briefly, we start as a mutual aid group and we move to action group work. An ecosocial group must include mutual aid as well as social action. It's an important point for us because we make this develop as an organic continuum in our process, it's experience of our process. And also this international mutual aid group encourage the members that we have to take action at our local and international level. And I think so it's a key point of our group. Sophia.
Okay, thanks, Nuria. So as a group, we kept revisiting our aim as a group and why we are together. So at some point, we felt like we needed to do more. And by harnessing our collective energy and skills to drive on the desired change that we want. And as a result, we transformed from being a supportive network to a dynamic force for change, constantly empowering ourselves and our community to take action. And the focus shifted from being a support and sharing group to a group that takes action and that is targeted at solving problems. So the transition actually emphasizing the key elements of action group work, model, including goal setting, collaboration, and strategy development. So the way these elements played out in our work is that we identified, next slide please, we identified the common environmental challenges that we face as a group. And this range from, disasters, it ranges from the involvement of social workers in all of this, the knowledge, the awareness, the energy, and to doing more, creating more awareness and the like. So in doing that, we set clear goals and objectives that we want to achieve. And also we then divide ourselves into smaller groups, like to handle each task. So we can have a group handling article writing, a group to handle like the content of this presentation, a group to handle content for the symposium and the like. So we do that, and then we come together to develop strategies for all of this. And it also entails collaborating internally and externally. At some point, we had to collaborate with ISWEJ for opportunities to have a virtual presentation in a conference, upcoming conference, and it worked. And after that, we implement our plans like we are doing right now. We're implementing this particular plan. And after implementation, we monitor our progress, we adapt as needed, and we celebrate our successes, no matter how minute it seems. And then we learn from our challenges and become stronger. Thank you.
Andrew, you are next.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it is a really nice experience for us to have that experimental knowledge where we could share experiences from our different countries, what is happening, but also, being in South Africa, you are able to align yourself with what is happening in Spain, you are able to align yourself with what is happening in Nigeria, and you can relate and you can see the commonality of what is happening, though in different countries. I remember when we spoke about what was happening in Canada, and and how it is also affecting other areas, and that was also some of the experience, and then also cultural and practical knowledge that we shared. We shared also about our different ways of greetings, but also religious tolerance is one of the things that also came into picture as we were interacting with one another. And it helps us to grow as a group and also to learn and to grow from one another, but about putting our efforts together towards a common goal. Next slide, please. Yeah, some of the lessons that we shared is empathy, and understanding, because we understand that challenges. Remember that some of us were studying towards our PhDs, some are registered, some are working, and we have to understand, we have to do classes, and we are meeting every second week of the month, and sometimes it's challenging. But also we have to also sometimes do a welfare check, just to check what is happening. We find that someone has got some experiences, personal experiences, what they're going through, and that we encourage one another. And then also it gives us a different perspective of how to look at the world. I mean, some of our colleagues had to have an understanding of what is happening in South Africa, especially with the issue of coal as a source of energy, and how the people on the ground roots are looking at that, and how we perceive of the influence of the West. All those things were able to help us. And also in that, we are able to build trust, because as we meet every second week of the month, then we are able to know each other. We even miss each other. And when someone is not there, we are able to say, where is this one? Because there's that trust to talk. And also it gives you that personal growth. Because we grow, we are able to also to look at those that are involved in projects. We share those projects, but also academically, we are able to share and to develop articles that we can write together, and we are forming this community towards one goal, and then we learn from others, we see opportunities, we share opportunities like this opportunity today as we are presenting this, because Georgiana was able to present these opportunities and we came together to do this presentation. I speak fast, so this group taught me to speak slower and also to learn to listen and also just to encourage one another. Sometimes I just become the comedian of the group so that, you know, we learn. We're just this family. And also we learn to also to manage conflicts, or conflicts of ideas, where we are able to deal with ideas, to conflict. Our conflict is around ideas more than individual. And then from there, we learn from our collective wisdom from Nigeria, from Spain, from Austria, and that it gives us that growth. And then also, you know, when you look at the related technology access, you know, you find that we not all having access to technology. Like one of our members that was supposed to present here Sunday, he had to drop out because the stability of internet. Those are some of the challenges that we are facing. And someone in another country, they've got stable internet connection, and also, you know, some want to travel to the conferences, like the conferences that
I think, Andrew, I think we might need to move just because there's a few people and our
Okay.
time is going to run out.
Yes, and lastly, that's also the economic levels. Yeah, I think that is about it. Thank you very much. Next.
Thank you. Namunga.
Next slide.
next.
Okay, just to add on what Andrew, I think he highlighted these slides, just to add on what he's saying, the the structural factors that we spoken about have actually different barriers that are being faced by members, especially between the global south and the global north in terms of technology, like it has been highlighted, the mobility as well as the economic access. So with the technology, there is lack of reliable access to electricity. We do have power load shedding, for example, in South Africa, and also low bandwidth, which leads to unstable internet connectivity. So these power outages and the intermittent internet access make it very, very difficult sometimes to attend these meetings, and it also limits our ability to participate fully during the meeting. So you find that this technology divide increases the existing social and economic equalities because of the fewer opportunities that are there. So with the different country economic levels, it leads to this digitalization that affects time management. Sometimes you find that you have to multitask, and it leads to social isolation, and eventually participating in making participation in sessions difficult, or you join at a time when the group is almost ending, and therefore you don't even get enough information. So in brief, that's what I can say regarding the structural injustices, some of the structural injustices that the group members have been facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Namunga.
All right. I will take the next slide. What the group has made it possible to do, you know, we are from different continents, and we have been able to come together to fight environmental injustice around the world. In essence, we are coming with our different culture, different perspectives. The group has made it possible for us to harness these different perspectives and cultures so that we can move our cause forward. We've been able to share our local realities of environmental injustice. You know, even though they are local, we are able to connect them to the global issues, which seems to be local, but at the same time, when you look at it deeply, you find that at the global level, there is a relationship. And lastly, because of what we stand for, right? Because of environmental issues, each and every one of us has his our concerns and feelings. And so when we look at it, we were able to, discover that yes, from different environments, the feelings are the same. So these are some of the things that the group has been able to let us achieve so far. So the next person, Nuria.
Yeah, we really the power of our social group. We can define 3 lines: the developed cooperation between us across the border, because the environmental crisis is global, a global problem. Also, another big thing is the intercultural sharing fosters the development and collaborate network. We talk some examples about that. And also we are really happy because we really enrichment each other to sharing each other. Georgiana.
Thank you, Nuria. So we've covered a lot of this, but we wanted to include in this PowerPoint for your use kind of some of the best practices if you're interested in running groups like this for yourself. So I'm not going to go into all of the details here, but really the main call to action from this presentation is just to realize you're already doing group work in the practices that you're doing in addressing this issue. There's no way not to, as this climate change and the systems that create it really are seeking to divide us. But there are considerations and steps in a process you should really go through if you are running social action or mutual aid groups. Social group work is very different than group work specifically, which is what the expertise of ISWG brings to the table. So first, you need to make sure that you're determining the group composition and type. Are you going to let folks in? Is it just going to be for your clinicians or for your staff? Or are you going to open it up to your service recipients or your students as well? Be clear about your intention. What is the type of group that you want to run? Short versus long, specific goal for a specific project like this presentation, or a broad goal as in the ones we've shared with you. Establish group norms and share responsibilities. You've heard us talk about this. We have ways that we communicate between sessions. We use Telegram, we use WhatsApp for planning, we use Google documentation so that we can be working on the same documents during different time periods of day, since there is a 6 to 7 hour time difference between us. Making sure that you're utilizing that technology as well. Identifying those roles. Who's the recorder? Who's going to remind the recorder to record? Who's going to remind the reminder of the recorder to record? Those types of things really need to be identified. And then being sure too that you are being flexible and remembering your why, and ultimately making sure that it's clear that your intentions are truly to be equitable, to break that divide that is kind of keeping us in those silos of practice, as the future was saying, and really thinking from a culturally responsive and receptive way, and being open to issues arising, being open to flexibility in the group itself. And I'll hand it over to Andrew, who's going to finish us out.
Thank you very much. As Diana has said, that one way or another, we are all doing something and we are in a group. And the question is, how do we provide support for others who have concern about the environment? How do we empower one another to take action concerning ecological injustice and drive positive changes and practices, policy and education? We are there. You can make a difference in your space. I can make a difference, but we can all work together towards a common good. Let us develop a social group work as a genetic method of social work capable of addressing eco-justice. You can do it. We can make a change. And that is why we say that contact us if you want help in brainstorming about starting an eco-social group in your area. And we are here. Here are the emails address that you can use, but we are here. We can support you. We can make sure that we populate this everywhere and we can make it together. Thank you very much.
Actually, Andrew, you were going to do the closing too.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity. If we've got any questions, and I know to appreciate, and thank you very much for hanging and being patient with us. If you've got any questions, we can take that, and then we're gonna all answer, because we always do things in a group, because it's all about group. Thank you very much. Okay, and then we will just put the document there on the chat if you want to see that it's available. We can take your questions if you've got questions. You've got about 3 minutes or so. We can do that. Thank you very much.
I will share for my presenters, who partner presenters, there was a lot of chat and a lot of praise for our work going on during the presentation as well.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Julia, for the feedback. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. This was so wonderful, and it's great to see you all building community in this way. And I'm just curious if anyone can speak to, and I know it was mentioned a little bit, the way that you kind of manage this sort of global organization of yourselves with the work that you do on the more local level, because this just feels so wonderfully like macro, right? Bringing together folks from all over the world, but then how else do you bring it back into your daily work?
I'm thinking, Nuria, you might want to answer that question because you created something local.
Yeah. For example, I find the force in the group, in this group, because, for example, in the south of Spain, we create a network from just the beginning, from the last January, to involve social workers in ecosocial work. And this is a local result from our international group. And I think so this group is a reference for us, because we mixed practitioners, educators, and researchers, and students in doctorate level. And we try to involve different regions of Spain in this new group in a local level. A local or regional or a state level doesn't matter the name, but yeah, it's a reality.
It's beautiful to see this group come to fruition. I remember when it was a great idea. And so it's really lovely to have you all here today or tonight, depending on your time. And we truly are grateful and thank you for giving back too and offering to support other groups. It's really meaningful.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you all so very much. Wonderful. And we'll pull up for our next presentation, and we are running through these 30-minute presentations. We have another break coming up at 4:05, but please do know that, of course, you have the opportunity to take whatever time you need for yourselves. Okay, and next up, we're excited to welcome Julia Levine and Creative Climate Social Work, Healing the Art of Authentic Relationships in Crisis. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. And as I get my slides pulled up, just want to recognize how what a lovely synchronicity that is, that y'all are talking about group work. And I come from theater as well as my social work practice. So that's just like inherently group work centered. So yes, as was mentioned, I'm Julia Levine, she, her pronouns, and my presentation is on a project that I'm developing called Creative Climate Social Work. So just a brief overview of what I'm going to talk through today. I'll introduce myself, kind of share the acknowledgements associated with the project. We'll have a brief moment of grounding to kind of continue the theme set at the beginning of the afternoon. I'll outline my framework. There'll be brief time for discussion, then we'll close out. So as mentioned, I'm Julia. I'm a LMSW. I graduated last year from Silberman School of Social Work at Hunter College in New York City. And now I practice psychotherapy as well as case management. And as I mentioned, my background is in theater. Before going to social work school, I was a theater administrator, producer, director, and I still continue my work with an initiative called Arts and Climate. And I'm pursuing my drama therapy certification through North American Drama Therapy Association, and I'm also a member of Climate Psychology Alliance of North America. So this project that I'm going to share with you all, it builds upon my graduate capstone for the MSW program that I completed last year. And just want to honor and recognize that the social work school that I attended is situated on Mannahatta, or Muncie Lenape land that's now known as Manhattan. And with this project, I seek to honor these ancestors' lands and waterways. And if you're not already aware of the native land resource where you can search anywhere in the world, the indigenous people, as well as other resources. I want to share that there, as well as that this land acknowledgement is a step and not the end of a decolonizing process. And then my inspirations and influences for this project, I was very really like ignited by Adrienne Marie Brown's Emergent Strategy book, and the principles and practices that are laid out there. Also the work that reconnects, which I'll talk a little bit about more as we go. And the Climate Psychology Alliance, as well as some folks that I have met through there, psychologists and social workers in New York and outside of New York, that have kind of lent their experience and ideas as I was developing this project. The Climate Mental Health Network, especially their kind of synthesization of a climate emotions wheel. And there's a resource called Climate and Mind that a social worker based in Seattle has compiled that is like a clearinghouse of resources and research and other types of readings at this climate mental health intersection. And then my project is very deeply inspired by a class that I took at social work school taught by Dr. Alexis Jamal. So what brings me to this intersection? I wanted to kind of offer that. Maybe some aspects of these diagrams might be familiar to some folks, of conceptualizing where our society is at in this very ego or human-centric realm. And that I saw the work that I could do as transitioning, at least in my communities, to a more eco-centric realm. And then I even found kind of a next step, this Evo diagram, which you may not be able to make out very clearly, but there's a representation of all of the biodiversity of life on Earth, including fungi and microbes and all those things. So that's kind of like my entry point into conceptualizing our human, or especially Western centered position on Earth. And then as I was working on this project for social work school, the climate crisis and ecological justice is what brought me to social work school. Except at Hunter College, in my program, I didn't see climate in the curriculum. It was more so when I had the chance to determine, research topics or other aspects of where I got to select for my own class projects. And in putting together this capstone, I came across not just I'm going to get the acronym ISWEJ and the work through Adelphi University, but also the grand challenges for social work. And I, as was brought up by the keynote earlier, the really like siloing in social work of the various societal issues or these grand challenges. And as I was kind of making the case in my program for climate and environmental ecological justice to be in a Master's of Social Work curriculum, this was my this was the one that got me: create social responses to a changing environment. Okay, so another really kind of foundational aspect of my project is kind of these broad questions laid out by Michael Yellowbird and Chris Clark in their work on decolonizing social work. And they ask, how are we on this earth? How do we exist here? And how do we act? And these questions are questions that I asked in my practice as a theater artist. So I was really excited to see them touched on in a social work context. And that I think of the work that I'm doing through this project and that I have been doing as a bit of a labyrinth where there's an entry point and there's a journey through a process through different information, culminating in possibly like an aha moment or insight into kind of the next step or a direction to take. And then the process iterates and scales and can be repeated. So as I had mentioned, another really key inspiration is the work that reconnects, which is a form of socio-ecological group work. I'm not sure if folks in this room have heard of this work, or Joanna Macy, who is the founder or what's considered the root teacher of the work that reconnects. And Joanna Macy is an activist and Buddhist who since the 70s has been compiling practices and resources for meeting the needs of our time, and has kind of articulated this journey of the work in these various movements, including climate and environmental justice movements, as beginning as grounding in gratitude, as really kind of the well of resources and inspirations that we have to draw upon as we go about through this work. And there's a period of honoring our pain for the world. I consider this really interconnected with climate emotions and climate mental health. And then there's seeing with new eyes, or also termed perceiving and seeing in new and ancient ways, really honoring that the work that we're going towards, there are models for it. There are things that have been done before, and it's this industrial growth society that has, at least in the Western context, led us astray, and then it is having these ripple effects for our entire world. And so taking into account where, you know, like the kind of dandelion, where the seeds can really bloom, and then go forth, and spread out, so that the journey continue, and this process is non-linear, it's iterative, it's scalable, for supporting communities, mostly to be done in work with communities. So that's the work that reconnects. I also wanted to take a moment, as I have been rattling off just myself here, to invite us for a moment of grounding breath. I know we had that lovely introduction at the beginning, the meditation. So here's an invitation to check in with yourself if you'd like to close your eyes or lower your gaze, and find 3 full deep breaths. You can let the sound of my voice wash over you. You can follow the guidance for this deep breathing, just taking the inhales and exhales. And if it's available, to inhale through your nose and exhale out your mouth, just for 3 glorious deep breaths. And then thanks y'all for being patient as I also see the chat. Can come back to the space, back to the screen. And the next invitation is to share in the chat if you would like to participate in that way. So here's a chance to share just like your very first initial gut response. It can be a word, it can be a phrase to the following prompts. If I could keep one thing in the world, I would sustain. You can fill in the blank. And if I could change one thing in the world, I would transform. So I'll just give a couple minutes to share, if you'd like to, either privately to yourself or in the chat. I would sustain quality of life. I would sustain plant life. Awesome. And respond to both at the same time, respond to one and then the other, or just one. I'll kind of lift up what I'm seeing come through the chats. I would sustain relationships. I would transform power structures. I would transform systemic and structural racism. Yeah, beautiful. Take another minute or so. I would sustain community togetherness. Awesome. Usually I run things like this in person, but it's also very cool to see them all kind of written out. I would change oppression in all forms, sustain health. I would transform divisiveness to inclusion and compassion for all. Awesome. You're welcome, Tracy. I would sustain natural potable water sources. This is harder than I originally thought. I would sustain love. I would transform the economy, power structures to be not focused on profits, but instead on well-being and community and living in community with the earth. I would transform systemic oppression. I would sustain connection. I would transform systematic white supremacy and colonialism causing oppression and racism. I would sustain ecosystems. I would transform lack of hope for equitable and positive change. I would sustain access to food, decreasing, minimizing food insecurity. Amazing. thank you all so much for sharing. That's really powerful, and it's awesome to see kind of the overlapping themes and resonance. Okay, one more that I'll read out, and then you can continue if you'd like to share as I go through in the chat. I would transform communities to be places of kinship and connection with the physical environment. Beautiful. Okay, thank you all again. And like I mentioned, you can continue to drop in the chat, and I'll proceed with the next steps. So here I'm going to get into my guide of what I am conceptualizing as creative climate social work. So again, I formulated this for my capstone project, and it is a continuation of work that I have been doing, plus my work in social work school, and that is kind of a blueprint for what I want to continue doing, and a version of what could be incorporated into a master's of social work curriculum, so that climate and environmental and ecological justice are represented. And so the audience, social work practitioners, students, and educators from across scopes of practice. And what is contained in my guide, which I'll touch a little more on, is a blueprint for bridging micro and macro interventions to the climate crisis, as well as suggested resources for deeper exploration. And as has been brought up a couple points, various points throughout this conference so far, the siloing of the field of social work into our various scopes of practice, or realms that we're working in. I mean, my program especially was kind of sectioned off into the micro, mezzo, and macro. And so my project, what I'm sharing, and I recognize the work of many people here, is really at the intersection of all of it. Okay, so a quote, another quote that was really just kind of resonated for me in thinking about the climate mental health aspect, and kind of bridging, addressing individual mental health, which was my route in clinical social work, to the macro, to the larger world. So Jennifer Freeman was in this interview for Mad in America and says, do we treat on an individual basis, or do we help people to feel sane in an insane ecocidal world and then come into community and be proactive? And so from that quote and that question from Jennifer, I formulated my central question with my project, which is, how can social workers bridge the gap between micro and macro scales to promote transformative, liberatory, healing relationships? And so the framework for the guide of creative climate social work, I represent with this diagram. So at the center, there is this practice of healing the art of authentic relationship in crisis. And it is fed by these objectives of courage, imagination, and vulnerability, which I'll get into a little more. And the entire process is supporting or can look like art and action to address the Anthropocene in order to work towards collaboration and collective action. And so my guide for curriculum is made up of a syllabus, sessions, and a culmination. And they each are kind of like fractals in that they kind of scale into one another. I'll show you a little more of what I mean with the next. So the objectives I'm not going to read off verbatim. The slides are shared in the folder. But for me, and I've heard these themes come up in various ways, especially this morning in thinking about futurism and foresight, as well as through the other presentations, that to address the era that we're in, it takes courage, vulnerability, and imagination. And that the objective of my curriculum is that participants experience healing of self and collective as a scalable model for the restructuring and transforming of societal systems into a world that is just, liberatory, beautiful, and nourishing for life on Earth. And so these objectives are addressed through the syllabus, through the practice of healing the art of authentic relationship in crisis. And it's broken down into these 4 phases. So this borrows and kind of is I'm really like thinking of the models that I experienced in reading Adrienne Marie Brown's Emergent Strategy, as well as participating in Dr. Jamal's course, and my excitement in group work, that the course or workshop or wherever this curriculum is adapted for, starts with an intentions phase. This is how I started my project, and clarifying the purpose and formulating a central question and delineating objectives. And then there's a phase for looking at archives, for looking at, in group settings, what are the resources, what's the information, what are the inspirations for the members of the group, and having a chance to share that. And then through the narrative phase, looking at what are the stories or stories within the materials that have been shared by the group. And then materials feeding into what it is that the group will collaborate on and make for themselves, decide collaboratively on content and the narrative. And you can see, some of my prompts from earlier about sustaining and transforming. This phase is very much about conversations related to that, for what the group is building together. And then the authenticity phase, to experiment or implement, if it's a public sharing, event, presentation, and that there's room for reflection. So then each session of the curriculum, of the workshop, of the series, is modeled after that larger syllabus framing. And again, I'm not gonna read through all of this. And it's all building towards a culminating project, which I alluded at, is that it's an event designed by participants, which can take the form of a workshop, public performance, event, a gathering, or anything. And at this point, I know we have a handful of minutes left if folks want to consider any questions or feedback, honestly, or responses that might be sitting with them. We're gonna move into that in a moment, so you can start thinking on it. And I would invite you to share anything in the chat if you would like to share that way, or we'll take questions via Q&A, or if you want to come off mute. But I'll leave the bulk of my presentation with this quote from my professor, Dr. Jamal. And in her work, she states that healing lives in community, and that healing takes place when in community. And so again, just to really bring it full circle, that's what I'm inspired to do. So yeah, like I mentioned, I'll open it up for questions, and actually gonna stop sharing my screen so I can better address everyone. So Amelia asks, have you had the opportunity to implement this course yet? Great question. The closest I got is there was a drama therapy symposium, and I led a workshop session, actually just this past weekend, for a group of folks where we got to move through the framework in a kind of like micro way, I would say, in a afternoon session, and practice some of the exercises. So I have not, to the full extent that the curriculum lays out, but these little experiences here and there. And then also with the work I do with Arts and Climate Initiative, we facilitate a 5-day workshop intensive that's geared towards artists, but folks from all disciplines are welcome, to incubate. It's called the Incubator, to workshop at the intersection of arts and climate. Yeah, welcome. Thank you. Thanks, Madison. Thank you, Andrew.
Julie, I just want to say I'm so glad you found this space, because one of the things you named was that you hadn't found a space in your, you know, and felt like there was a little bit, you know, you found some people but didn't find a space. So I'm really glad you found this. I'm glad it came together for you in all of the ways that you talked about today.
Thank you. Thanks, Renee. Yeah, and y'all have been on my radar. It's just you know, moving through grad school and the job and all that. So thanks for having me. Any final question? Or I'm also like, this is a, you know, future directions.
Sure. I see a question. I'm not sure if everyone's able to see it. It's asking if folks want to talk to you about your curriculum, are you open to sharing your information? Can people connect to you?
Yeah, definitely. So I'll put my email directly in the chat. It's also I've shared my slides with the organizer. So my slide deck
Great.
is in the folder. Thanks, Kelly.
Thanks, absolutely. And we have the networking document as well. I'll reshare that into the chat if you don't mind adding there. Also, we'd love to stay further connected. All right, well, we really appreciate your work. Thank you so much. We're grateful to have you. And the interdisciplinary connections are such a key to all of this.
Thank you.
Take care, Julia. Thanks. Okay, and thanks for pulling the slides back up, Renee. Okay, next up, we're excited to invite a wonderful group of scholars and practitioners, a model to apply environmental reproductive justice, ERJ, to social work practice. Welcome, so excited to have you. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm going to start us off. My name's Sophia Florida, and I'm going to be presenting with Christine Morales and Marianne Bischoff. We're all at Rutgers University. And we're so glad that we get to be here and share our work with you today. Thank you for being here. So we'll be presenting on environmental reproductive justice, something that we can call ERJ for short. The presentation's informed by the work we've done over the past academic year. We wrote a book chapter for social work students about the connection between environmental work and reproductive work. So we created a model as well that we're excited to share with you later on for how to apply ERJ to social work practice. And I think Christine is going to go next.
So thanks, Sophia. Just adjusting my screen a little bit with the share. So give me 1 second. Okay. So During our time together today, we're going to define environmental reproductive justice. Again, that's ERJ, as Sophia mentioned, and the effects on individuals and communities. But more specifically, we will focus on the impacts of air pollution, water scarcity, and food insecurity on children and families. Then we're going to offer examples of professional practice through the model, the social work application model for environmental reproductive justice, which we have lovingly nicknamed SWAM ERJ. And that'll be available through that chapter in that textbook that is going to be edited by Dr. E. Goldblatt Hyatt, hopefully later on this year. And we hope that our presentation really inspires you to, whether it's continue or fortify or begin social work practice in the area of environmental reproductive justice. So now we're going to move on to introductions.
Hi, nice to be with all of you. We so wish that we could all connect by hearing about who you are and what everyone's passionate about. What we can do is tell you about ourselves. So I'm Marianne Bishop, and as a faculty member at Rutgers, I place MSW macro-focused students in their internships. But who I am. So since childhood, because of how my dad raised us, I have felt a deep, deep interconnection with nature and with all that is. Nature actually was my main guide and source of strength as I raised 3 kids as a single mom. And even with all my awareness, I really struggled to avoid toxins when pregnant, when breastfeeding, and when parenting. Sophia?
Yeah, so I'm a social work grad student at Rutgers, and I'm so humbled to have had the chance to work with Christine and Mary Ann this past year. Later on at 4:25, I'll be doing a 5-minute call to action on sustainable landscaping and social work, kind of a strange combo. But putting that presentation together was important to me because I'll get to share what I've learned from the past 2 years of environmental advocacy in my hometown. And I hope that you join me.
So, wow, thank you, Sophia. I think it's important for me to note that it's been a great pleasure working with you. I hope you know that. And I learned so much from you, and I will definitely be tuning in for your speed presentation. Okay, so it's my turn to introduce myself. And actually, my relationship with the environment developed later than what Mary Ann described. However, I had roots in caring for the environment as my grandfather was a farmer in the Philippines and was what would be now described as an urban farmer when he moved to Newark, New Jersey in the 1970s. So I imagine that my relationship is a result of my residence or my location. I live in a town that is home to a landfill. There's an incinerator in our neighboring city, and I have been impacted personally. Therefore, my work in environmental justice, or in this case, environmental reproductive justice, is particularly meaningful to me. So now that you know a little bit about us, this is the time when we would like to hear from you. In an ideal setting, we would ask each of you to speak, but due to time constraints, we instead invite you to participate in an activity. So on the slide that I'm sharing, there's a link, which Sophia will also drop in the chat. Or you can text Christine Morales 317 to the number 37607, or finally, you can use your phone to scan the QR code. Regardless of the method you use, it should take you to a poll everywhere that asks, what words come to mind when you think of environmental reproductive justice? Now, don't forget, there's no wrong answer. And just remember that this is a word cloud and you are limited to one word. And I think that this is a good way to give us a sense of who's in the audience. Now, while you do that, I'm going to switch my screen and share the results. Wow, it's coming in. So healthy is growing larger. I think you all are probably word cloud experts at this point because many people are using that word. We also see safety is pretty big. I love that communities is coming up. Maternal mortality, indeed, that's an issue. Chemicals, care. Anything popping out at you, Marianne or Sophia?
Yeah, it's interesting. It looks like all the other words are the same size as each other. So just a lot. There's just a lot that goes into it. Oh, and now we're getting care and families getting bigger, equities getting bigger.
So thank you so much, Judy. I appreciate you adding in the chat. Please do feel free to use the chat as well if that's easier. So this is really just to give you an idea, and I'm going to shift back to our PowerPoint now. So let me just adjust this a little. And so I want to use this time to thank you for engaging with us. And now we're going to define 3 specific terms. So the first one is environmental justice. The second is reproductive justice. And the third is environmental reproductive justice. I think this really relates to what we've been hearing all afternoon about intersection. I typically like to begin classes or presentations with definitions to ensure that we all have the same baseline understanding. So first is environmental justice, which has different meanings to different people, whether it's a human-centered, ecocentric, or interconnected perspective. But for the purposes of this training, it really can be understood as a practice that ensures the well-being of the earth, its ecosystem, and its inhabitants. And now, Sophia.
Yeah, so I'll next talk about reproductive justice. So when you first think of reproductive justice, you might think about access to birth control, abortion, and fertility treatments. But the Black women scholars and activists who first coined the term reproductive justice also talked about how important it was to have healthy and safe environments for parents and children. And so that focus on safe and healthy environments is where EJ and RJ intersect. And so environmental reproductive justice is the next term that I'll describe. And it describes the effects of environmental degradation on reproduction. It focuses on how environmental hazards are particularly dangerous to developing fetuses, to nursing infants, and to growing children. And it looks at how a polluted environment can be a huge burden for parents and families to navigate. And as we talk about those environmental hazards later in the presentation, it's important to note that toxins are not distributed equally. So they're concentrated in overburdened communities where the members face multiple intersecting oppressions like racism, poverty, and health inequity. And that creates an injustice because children who are already more physically vulnerable to pollutants have the greatest chance of being exposed to harmful toxins when they already face multiple other forms of oppression. Okay, next up is Marianne.
So as you probably all know, social work has always focused on person and environment, which means safe, nourishing environments. Over the years since social work start, the environment in this sense has come to more mean the social environment, but it really started out with the physical environment and has always meant that to some extent is coming back to that more. So as safe environments should include access to clean air, water, and nutritious food for oneself, one's children, and one's community. Now, of course, there's other aspects of safe environments, but we're choosing to highlight water, air, and food because they're the main pathways through which people, especially young developing bodies, are exposed to pollutants. So I'm the one talking about water because prior to my career in social work, I worked on water issues in Palestine, and there I saw firsthand how water quality and quantity issues severely impacted people's health and well-being. So what I want to say is that the phrase water insecurity refers to a lack of safe, reliable, sufficient, and affordable water for a thriving life. And water insecurity in overburdened communities is particularly troublesome for fetuses, infants, and children. So for example, many chemical contaminants that are found in drinking water, such as lead, mercury, and PFAs are tied to adverse birth outcomes. Also, contaminants in drinking water can cross the placenta and be passed on to an infant through breast milk. So in both those cases, they damage the immune system development and they can create inflammatory responses. So there's also a psychological toll to living with water insecurity. As you can imagine, water insecurity has been connected to maternal stress, to anxiety, depression, and impacts overall self-confidence. So some households end up having water shut off, and as a result of this, people can feel shame, anxiety, depression, in addition to the physical damage of not having water. And Sophia's going to talk about air.
Thanks, Marian. So most air pollution comes from the burning of fossil fuels. And unfortunately, nearly all of the fossil fuel reliant industries are concentrated in communities of color. So air quality worsens along racial and socioeconomic lines, and fetuses, infants, and children are the most vulnerable to it. So children who live in poor air quality are at increased risk of developing asthma and having worse lung function. They're also at an increase for developing cardiovascular disease. Recent studies have even found that air pollution seems to impact neurodevelopment, which was not known before. And that's especially meaningful for children, even starting in utero, because their neurological systems are still developing. Air pollution also impacts families' behavior. So on days when there's high air pollution, like there was in my area almost a year ago, school attendance drops and people have to stay inside more and spend less time in parks and green spaces. It's a huge burden for parents to manage. Adults may also have to miss work to take care of their dependents.
You know, Sophia, I wanted to text you and tell you that I actually got a message this morning from my town warning us that there was poor air quality in our area. So it's real, it's happening, and people are experiencing the impacts. So now it's my turn, and I'd like to highlight the importance of food. So I'm a foodie. I love food. I love trying new foods, which is, I feel like food is tied to people's respective cultures. And I believe that food is a powerful way to begin to connect and understand each other. In fact, one advocate, a community organizer that I work with, he often says that food is the universal unifier, and I agree. And of course, healthy food gives us the nutrition to live or to grow and to develop. So food insecurity, that means limited access to food in general, but also food insecurity is when people have difficulties accessing sufficient food that's safe and that supports a healthy life. So as you likely know, low-income households are disproportionately impacted by food insecurity. Many families struggle to consistently obtain healthy foods grown in harmony with Earth. As you can see on the slide, there are impacts to children's health, their behaviors, and even the possibility of death in utero. Food insecurity is a structural, social, economical condition which really, to me, opens up the opportunities for social workers to get involved. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mary.
Okay, so that's a lot and it can feel overwhelming. You can scratch your head and say, okay, what do I do? So we created a model to help social workers, including ourselves, see how even small interventions can make a difference. And we think the model also helps social workers see that it's really not so overwhelming when you know that others see the issues and that no matter where you're working on ERJ, others are working in different areas. We're all part of a community, and that in itself is nourishing. So here's the model. Ta-da! So I want to walk you through the model, and we're really excited to share it with you. So basically, in these white boxes in the middle are ERJ intervention examples. Across the top are 4 different levels of intervention: personal, micro, meso, and macro. We made sure to include personal, right? because personal informs the others and vice versa. And the pink arrow across the top shows how the different levels inform each other. Same with the dashed lines. There's not really those specific categories. They bleed into each other and inform each other. So the theoretical perspective on the left is ERJ. Other perspectives could be added. We made another model about environmental justice in general, and there we had 3 different theories. So we divided those interventions differently. So for this one, we include one example intervention for water, for air, and for food in each level: personal, micro, meso, and macro. So each of us will highlight one intervention. I'll start with water again. And this is something under personal, water, so that's the middle box under personal, that I'm actually planning to do. So we can advocate for our local gym or YMCA to switch to saltwater pools, to install water purifiers that remove chlorine and fluoride that we end up bathing in and swimming in. And many municipalities are actually putting these in the water, so then getting them out before you bathe in them is a good thing. And that's one example. Sophia will give you another for air.
I'm going to talk about air on the meso level. And I found this example through looking for social work summer internships. So since COVID, PSE&G, which is New Jersey's energy utility, it started a small payment assistance department that does outreach to social work agencies across the state. And it helps clients enroll in payment programs. So maybe you've seen some of them at NASW events. They were there in April. And they're hiring social work interns for the summer. And the department works to prevent energy shutoffs for people who can't pay their utility bills. And that can be a huge health hazard during extreme weather events. So there have been recorded cases of people dying because their energy was shut off in extremely hot temperatures. So working with local energy utilities is the meso example. But social workers can also work on air at the macro level, pass laws that prohibit energy shutoffs in both extremely hot or cold water. Only 2 states have those laws on the books. And now Christine will talk about food.
Thanks, Sophia. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you have any links about the PSE&G thing, maybe you can share it with the group.
I can do that right now.
Thank you. Okay, so now I'd like to draw your attention to the last column in the last row. So that's the bottom right corner. Do you all see my cursor? I've been like trying to illustrate it and I realized maybe it's in vain. Can you see my cursor move? Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so that corner provides a macro suggestion for an intervention related to food insecurity. Now, I love this example of developing programs with community members. I think about the Black Panthers and how they started the free breakfast program and how that has turned into a staple program within our schools. This breakfast program addresses distribution, access, and affordability. I really cannot stress enough the impact of feeding children as not just a human right, but also to foster their physical and their educational growth. So social workers can craft their version of this model. We suggest involving community stakeholders, much like the theme of this conference, because they know the local culture, are closest to the problem, and can offer input as to whether the interventions are actually going to be effective. Follow the community members or the community stakeholders' leads, help center and amplify their voices. We attempted this idea of working collaboratively through this model that we're sharing, as we intentionally included and cited suggestions from social work scholars and authors who have contributed to this environmental reproductive justice research discourse. But guided by the professionals' values and skills, social workers we're not only called to, but we're well positioned to affect change that promotes environmental reproductive justice.
Thanks, Christine. So to Christine's point about collaboration, we want to thank all the authors listed in our references here. We also want to share our gratitude for all those whose varied work got us to where we are. And you probably have a lot on your mind. We want to hear your feelings, thoughts, ideas, questions, either in the chat or by unmuting.
Hi, Andrew. I see your hand. You can unmute.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly.
Oh, thank you very much. Wow. This is just so mind-blowing, and I really can't wait. It's first time I could not even see this angle that you have brought it, especially interacting with food security and air and water. Just also for places like South Africa, where we have seen a lot of social workers who don't feel that the profession can be that relevant to other fields of studies. I think it just creates, that eye-opening that as a social worker you can play part, in the issues of water, the issues of air pollution, the issue of food security, using the same principles that you will offer anywhere, especially for justice. I'm really looking forward to engaging you further on this. And thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. It was worth my wait and time. Thank you.
Sure, you're very welcome, Andrew. Thank you. I'll reshare the model and just kind of highlight that, certainly as social workers, there's many opportunities at the micro level to engage in some of these insecurities. So much of the readings that we found and many of our suggestions, and I believe Bailey, you even mentioned it as well about like assessment with human animal bonds. I think there's also assessment that could be done about access to water, access to food, and also their concerns about air quality. But otherwise, there's also like even knowing your local municipality's like emergency plan. Many social workers have the opportunity to learn what the plan is and then educate their constituents on that. So those are just some additional things that can really be implemented now.
Any other questions, thoughts, feelings?
Hi, I'm so excited about this work, and thank you for bringing it together. Renee and I were just messaging that we kind of came into environmental justice and ecological justice from like a reproductive rights start, and so it's so, and again, like all these ideas are so deeply interconnected, and I'm wondering if you have some advice on ways that we might be able to start to collect even more like interventions and ideas at this like micro, meso, and macro level. Maybe in your chapter we can look forward to that. But it just seems like so much of this could be replicated in different places by social workers. And in terms of advocacy, like I know in my own community, there's been a real push for a reduction in gas-powered leaf blowers, and the connection to child health and maternal health has been part of that call to action. And I know there must be just so many others that you've come across.
I love that you brought up that example because Sophia's going to be talking about that later.
Thank you.
I mean, what comes to my mind is also like working with our clients for them to advocate and helping guide their advocacy work. I think that's an important aspect of it as well. But I think you're talking about collecting all the different interventions that people are doing, maybe some kind of resource.
Yep, exactly.
Two things that actually come to mind for me. The first one is often I have students or social workers, practitioners that ask, how do I get involved? How do I get started? And I have to credit like my colleagues and the community organizers. They always say, start in your backyard, start in your community. And I've asked my practice with communities and organization students, how many of you have engaged, how many of you participated in like a town hall meeting? And it's usually about 3% or less. So like one of the suggestions that I have is start getting involved, start collecting information, start becoming aware of like what's happening in your community. Then the other thing is, if you know specifically something you care about, especially in this day and age with technology at our fingertips, right? We can do those kinds of searches. And I often, and perhaps I should stop because I guarantee there's an organization that's doing something related to what you're passionate about. So we don't necessarily have to reinvent the wheel. We can start participating and working with groups that are already yeah, they already have their actions in motion and probably already have really clear visions, and we can engage in how we see fit and what really aligns with our values.
I always like to say also to trust our intuition and our own innate wisdom. So sometimes it can feel like, oh, I really care about this issue, but maybe that's not a social work issue or something. And so what we try to do with our students is what you're interested in is related to everything else. Just like that's why we put personal, micro, meso, and macro, because it does inform it. And so it's easy to say, I can't think of an example right now. It might be too controversial too, but to think, okay, I really care about this, but does the whole field of social work care about this? And that can make us, that can mute us, that can stop us. And we can say, okay, I'm not going to do anything about it. So Christine's ideas about really what you care about, how can you get involved with it right now?
I'm Pat Mulvey, and I'm in New York in Westchester County. I'm a geriatric social worker. So everything that I've heard about today is essentially brand new to me in my practice. Yes, I've been very environmentally correct, I guess, I don't know, but it hasn't impacted to my knowledge and my awareness with my practice. So I can't tell you how great this has been for me. And I'm so grateful to each and every one of you who have spoken and presented today. Thank you.
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you, Patricia. So good to get the feedback. Anyone else?
I am happy to give the gift of a minute.
It's been wonderful to be with all of you today.
Sorry, someone was asking why excluding energy?
Oh, that's a great question. You know, when we started like our work, we were thinking about all the ways we could like jump into just kind of how there's injustice. And we can talk about like herbicides, and we just started like getting very like webbed out. So we just really just focused it. But as Marianne was talking about, there are absolutely many factors that can be incorporated. In fact, if you're passionate about energy, I'd suggest developing a model similar to this that focuses on energy, on ways that you can contribute in that area. So it wasn't intentional.
Yeah, many types of energy. And energy is a starting point or a connecting point of so many different things.
Okay, well, thank you all so much. What a marvelous presentation. And again, thank you for all the feedback and the questions. It's just a pleasure to keep learning together and alongside everyone. All right, next up, excited to introduce Harnessing Interprofessional Partnerships, Exploring a Multi-Solving Case as a Community-Based Intervention. And welcome to Melissa, Cassandra, and Tracy. I'll let you introduce yourselves, and so grateful that you're here.
All right. Welcome everyone. How are you doing? Are you breathing? I gotta find my chat box to make sure that you all are breathing. If you haven't, I know that we started with Dr. Nair, but if you haven't taken a breath after that last presentation, I know at one moment they said scratch your head. So if you're scratching your head going, wow, maybe you scratch your head, or maybe we just take a moment to ground ourselves in the next presentation, which is our presentation, and we'll introduce ourselves and I'll tell you a little bit more. But if you want to take a moment with me and just do a box breath or 2 or 3 on a 4 count, I inhale for 4. Hold it. 3, 2, 1, and exhale for 4, 3, 2, 1. And if you want to repeat that again, if it feels good to you, go for it. As I continue on to introducing ourselves. So I'm here with my colleagues Cassandra and Tracy. I'd like you all to introduce yourselves.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassandra Ceballos, and I am about to start a new position as an energy communications and digital energy communications associate at Earthworks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tracy Kirkland, and I'm an associate teaching professor at USC. I'm also a practicing nurse practitioner. I'm an adult and pediatric nurse practitioner. Thank you.
Y'all were so brief. All right, so I'll make it brief. Melissa Singh from University of Southern California, the same school of social work as Tracy, but I am on the practicum side, on the social work side, as an associate teaching professor. I do want to say that I live in Florida. I think it is unique where we live, as I've heard throughout this presentation. So I live in Florida, and that does matter because I think no matter what I do or how I try to go, I don't see it. It's happening around me. The environment is changing. There are 5, I think, tropical waves out there right now, and they might be coming our way. So, and it's not just us in North America or the US, it is happening globally. So we need to be really mindful that when we're doing any of this work, it applies to us and our spaces and communities, but also there's so much that can be learned across the globe. So that is my quick introduction. Let me tell you what's going to happen. So in this presentation, I am so excited that I'm going to be with my colleagues teaching you about a new approach. So it's really exciting. And I'm thinking back to the last presentation where they set up the air, the water, and the food. And I'm thinking I was going to do something very similar, talking about the things that have been changing and pretty much the same, how it is not equal across the board, how vulnerable populations, the impact is much, very different. So they have done that, but what we do know. So I was also thinking of framing it in a different way in the last minute going, what do we know? We know that climate change is happening. There's no question about it anymore. There's evidence across the board and across the globe. For social workers, what we know, and let me move to the next slide. We know that CSWE, NASW, the Grand Challenges Association for Social Work and Social Welfare, IFSW, they're all working on this. So NASW has social justice priorities. I'll pop all of these links in the chat later. They are working on environmental justice. The Grand Challenges for Social Work has the creating social responses to a changing environment. The Council on Social Work Education has now created a council for environmental justice and human rights, born out of some of the work of people in this room. And now we are working on, there is currently a CSW EPAS for the Curricular Guide for Environmental Justice. And there is a new group that I know some in this room are working on disaster relief as well, including myself. So I'm looking forward to that work. Globally, there is the IFSW is working on the climate justice program as well. So as social workers, I keep thinking, what do I know? And I think way back to when I started my work here, what have I learned as a social worker? I've learned to intervene. I have learned to assess on a micro, meso, and macro level. When I'm teaching, I teach students that are interested in learning more about ecosocial work and how it intersects with now ADEI. I teach students different ways in practicum that they can go to their agencies and they can do activities in the community in which they serve. I also, in my private practice, I do, I think about the environment when I'm doing assessments in person and environment. It's person and environment because the environment is a part of the problem. So we need to look even bigger at the problem space. And then when we look at our communities, they're obviously being impacted. We're seeing, on the micro level, the symptoms of nostalgia, eco-anxiety, eco-grief. We're seeing that, even though it might not be labeled in your classrooms or your practices or in the communities. You see it. People are grieving. People have anxiety. I had anxiety a little bit when Dr. Nissen was talking about the futures of earlier today. I was going, oh my gosh, there's so much that we don't know, and we do need to think about it. So I continue to think about, what are we missing? We have so many good people, good social workers. We have great organizations and associations. So I'm hoping that our presentation is going to show you a new approach. First, we're going to define it. Then we're going to give you, as you heard, Dr. Kirkland comes from a nursing background, a different interdisciplinary, interprofessional approach. And then I'll come back and kind of give us a synopsis and a chance to ask and answer questions. And I'm going to hand it over to Cassandra.
Hi, everyone. Like I mentioned, my name is Cassandra, and I use they, them, and she, her pronouns. And I'm going to spend the next 10 minutes or so teaching you about something called multi-solving. Multi-solving can be defined as finding solutions rooted in justice that produce co-benefits in health, resilience, and well-being, while also protecting the climate. Put simply, it is one investment of some resource, whether it's time, money, labor, etc., that produces multiple benefits that help protect the climate in the long term while improving lives in the short term. And this is something I worked on for many years and is very near and dear to my heart. And so great, Melissa, that you mentioned the session from before, because I just came in at the tail end. But what you all were talking about food insecurity and being advocates, truly, that's what we're going to be framing today is how social workers can be advocates for a multi-solving approach to the grand challenges of social work, right? And so I think that one of the best ways to teach about something or help open people up to a new concept is to do it in the form of a story. So if we can go to the next slide. So what do we mean by this multi-solving? When it multiple solution or multiple co-benefits from a single intervention? Well, here are some examples. Next slide. Okay, so Ciclovia in Colombia. This is from a health intersections report that the Multi-Solving Institute put together several years ago that I think I can probably share this link in this chat shortly. But Ciclovia in Colombia began in Bogota, and basically on Sundays during a part of the year, they shut down, I think it's something like up to 77 miles of roadway every Sunday and open it up to cyclists and pedestrians. And this helps reduce accidents. It helps get people outside, connecting and moving. It is good for your physical health. And it also, strengthens community ties. Multi-solving can also look like, if we go to the next slide, green curtains in Japan. And this actually ties somewhat directly into that example of food insecurity. So green curtains in Japan began in Kyoto. And in this example, in factories that were one company's factories, they started growing edible green curtains on the sides of the factories. And this had multiple effects. It helped cool the factory during the summer and kept it insulated during the winter naturally. They also were able to harvest some of the things grown on the side of the factory buildings and serve it in the cafeteria. So imagine, it's not hard to imagine that factory workers might have lower salaries, might possibly struggle to provide themselves with healthy fruits and veggies. I know at least that's the case here in the US. And now they have access to that in the cafeteria. It can also look like, I believe there's one more example. Let's see. Okay, so we're going to go a little bit deeper on this example, and this is how we're going to kind of tie it together with social work, and our wonderful colleague Tracy's here with us to talk about nursing. So Operation TLC was a program that took place in a hospital, a healthcare system in the UK. I think I was refreshing myself, and I think it was the Bart's Health program. And across several hospitals in this program, it was kind of a behavior change program where they were trying to increase the energy efficiency. And stick with me here because it might sound a little abstract, but basically it was a behavioral change energy efficiency program in which they were working to turn off lights, turn off unused equipment, and close doors, right? And it sounds like not that much, but first of all, it's really hard to change behaviors. And second of all, those things can actually have huge impacts over time and taken collectively. And there were some challenges with this. Primarily, it was hard to change the behavior of some of the staff because they had to adopt new procedures. So they had interventions where we're going to have trainings on what to do and how to handle new equipment and what the new procedure was. And this helped the hospitals, so the healthcare system, reach their emissions reductions targets. I think it was 7 years before they aimed to. So they had a emissions reductions target set for 2020, and they reached that in 2013 through widespread adoption of this program. It also improved patient outcomes because, I mean, I'm sure many of us have been patients in hospitals, and incessant beepings, fluorescent lighting, and the noise pollution coming from outside your door just adds on to a pretty miserable to begin with experience. And I remember refreshing myself with this case study in preparation for talking with you all today. And I was like, yeah, you know what? This really makes sense. Like I'm like, I was imagining like a cool, quiet, dark room in which to recover being made much more possible through a program like this, right? And so here you have folks, imagine you're not having to come and respond to patient complaints about noise and light as much, so that frees you more time to maybe take better care of your patients or catch up on notes. There's so many things that people in healthcare and social work settings have pulling for their attention at all times, that anything that can improve outcomes for both the people that you're attempting to serve as well as your ability to do your job is welcomed. And then on top of that, the energy emissions reductions, right? Like you can also make the climate and the world and the environment a better place. And that's what multi-solving is all about. It's about improving short-term lived experience, both for yourself and for the biodiversity that we all surround ourselves and rely on, as well as protecting the climate for the long run in these, additive ways. And because energy came up in the last session, I want to share with you all a case study that I personally did that is very near and dear to my heart, that took place in Nashville, called Home Energy Uplift. And this is a great example of social workers as these intervention actors. So this program provided free energy retrofits for low-income homeowners. And I remember interviewing the person that helped steer the project. His name was Frank, in Nashville, steer the pilot project. And he said that, not only, he's like, they didn't just get some of these families during the winter, the whole family would live in the living room because that's the only thing they could afford to heat. And so after these energy retrofits, he's like, they didn't just get their homes back, they got their lives back, right? And like the long-term quality of life impact. And one of the ways that they helped find folks for this program was they went and canvassed and knocked on doors. And one of the things that was mentioned at the end of the last session was about connecting with community stakeholders. And I think that's a really important point to make when thinking about multi-solving and social work, is that the community stakeholders are going to know how to reach the community members and, for lack of a better phrase, gain their trust, right? Like I'm from the Caribbean, and I come from a pretty insular, sometimes distrusting community. And I know that you're not going to come and tell my grandmother what's good for her, right? No, you're going to sit down and have a conversation with her about what she can bring and what she sees as a better life. And I think social workers are the ones that have that cultural competency and that magic touch that can get them there. And I think nurses are too, when we think about the healthcare system. And I'm really excited about how multi-solving can bring nurses and social workers into the field of environmental justice as these change makers. I think that gives you guys enough of an overview. Hopefully, there's been some resources shared in the chat about that, but I'm gonna turn it over to my colleague, Tracy, I believe. And, hopefully there'll be time for questions at the end.
Greetings. I will make mine very short because basically there's been overlap of everything that's been said, and I've been on for the last 3 hours. And thank you, Cassandra, for sharing. There is, next slide, please. So there is a potential window of opportunity to bring nursing to the table. I've heard intersectionality, I've heard interdisciplinary. Those were terms that were used throughout this workshop. So in terms of nursing, we can use a collaborative approach with regards to population health, population foci, and that's across the continuum of the lifespan, even as we address problems like food insecurity, water, lead poisoning. I'm a pediatric nurse practitioner, and that's a huge problem in terms of neurocognitive development. And because of the complexity of healthcare, nursing should be at the table. So one of the things that we have now as a part of our competency-based education is social determinants of health and the intersectionality with examining the ecosystem. So one of the things that we can continue to do is to work to be invited to the table in order to improve these health outcomes as early adopters versus late adopters. So one of the things that we're doing is we're expanding our nursing curriculum, and we're adding this content to the actual syllabus and to our ability nationally and globally to make a difference. Next slide, please. And when we talked about food insecurity, that's my area of research. When you talk about community collaborative windows of opportunity, I actually canvassed the Greater Third Ward, which is a historical region in the Houston area. And when you think about the ecosystem and the geographical changes that are happening, we've had several storms here, not only here, but in the Midwest. And when you think about medication access, you think about the pulmonary respiratory conditions. From a primary and secondary intervention, we can introduce multi-solving as a way to intervene early on to identify individuals at risk, especially our older individuals and our pediatric children who suffer from respiratory problems that can lead to hospitalization. When you think about noise reduction, as Cassandra stated, and I'm going completely off script, but you introduced it, we just submitted and we published a manuscript collaboratively out of Brown with one of the researchers that examined noise reduction and improvement in sleep. So that's really important. And when you think about health outcomes, you think about lowering hypertension, blood pressure, and you think about the outcomes in terms of cardiovascular. So why is it important to have nursing at the table? We improve population health collaboratively with our social work colleagues. We also promote holistic care. We can enhance resource efficiencies and sustainable solutions in order to ensure that we have a healthier community. And overall, there is a potential to improve patient health and to address social determinants of health. Thank you for the window of opportunity.
Thank you both. So I think we're gonna kind of go into a call to action here and encourage all of us to adopt multi-solving as, an approach, not just to your practice, if you're in a in sort of academic institution, but also into curriculum. There is a framework that I'll share towards the end. It's called the Flower Framework from the Multi-Solving Institute. We're not going to have time to go into it today, but there are different opportunities to operationalize what we're talking about. I don't know, Cassandra, if you want to say anything. I know we're all off script at this point. But in addition to this call to action, I want to ask, what are some of the things that we can do? And I don't want to just say social workers, but and I'm saying today, tomorrow, in the future, because of our keynote speaker. But what can we do? What can you do in your communities? I heard, start in your backyard from the previous presenters. What can we do? What are some of the things that you're thinking about right now?
Melissa, because I have to leave to teach, I want to what can we do? We have a food pharmacy program within health departments where we're writing prescriptions for healthy food for individuals and families to have access to fresh produce. And that can make a difference in lowering your hemoglobin A1C in order to lower blood pressure rates. And also, as someone was mentioning earlier about reproductive health, there's a lot of information that's emerging with regards to healthier eating and outcomes, and especially in ethnic minorities, especially the Black communities. I just wanted to, what can we do today, tomorrow? We can all collectively become one and amplify our voices.
Thank you. Thank you. Good luck in your class. Any others in the chat? Some states are writing prescriptions to get discounts on free bikes or other exercise equipment. I think there was one earlier. There was somebody had said something earlier in the chat that was also that it was interconnected. Oh, social workers involved in public utilities and EMA is so important. So not just thinking about private practice or, you know, things that we hear about, and, you know, like branching out and going into the spaces where conversations are being had. I think I mentioned in the chat box that I did a leadership institute at Morehouse, and they were encouraging, please come and work with us so that we can understand your framework and your point of views, because social workers, we can help build individual capacity, establish interdisciplinary approaches to systems changes, and we can advocate for policies in the communities, but also if we're in academic institutions, but also social work curriculum. All right, and with that, I'm going to ask if there are any questions and say thank you. And I see you, Andrew, go for it.
Yeah, I think also just from also our universities, you know, can you imagine if we multisectoral, when we work with department that works with what is the massage physiotherapists, and then you work with, as a social worker, incorporate them into maybe an old age home. It's also work with them. Like I've got a group of old people that I've put together that they exercise active aging. But if we were to partner with the university, the department that do with the physiotherapy, they can come and also just do therapy for that. But other departments within the university can intervene in helping, and that is also where you see the multi-solving problem approach, and which is can work, especially for us who are in the institutions of higher learning. How do we make sure that other departments within the universities that we are working with can collaborate to address some of the environmental challenges, but involving the communities, especially because social workers, we are there with the community in most of the cases. But this is a great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Kirkland and I work at USC in the School of Social Work, and then she's in nursing and I'm in social work, and we work together. And it's very interesting because I'm sure the FMPs that come in, they're like, we're in the School of Social Work. And then this, you know, the School of Social, we have nurse practitioners here, and, you know, we can ask these questions. We can, you know, on social work forms, it's like if your client is, you know, seems like they've been drinking, or, you know, that they need medical attention, you refer them right away, you know. And so, and it's like, but yeah, but if you're working collaboratively, if they're a part of the community, they're right there. It's not like, oh, and I'll see you in a month after that's over. You're working with a team of people. And so from one aspect, getting their perspective beforehand as to, what I plan to do, and then being there in the present, but then also later on when you're doing things, they do those reviews of cases at the end, and we do reviews of cases as social workers, especially medical social workers, and we look back and we go, how could we have done this better? And having each other there is a collaborative opportunity. I do community substance misuse prevention. Our communities collect data on substance misuse by doing community cleanups or host med take backs. Yep. Reduces the environmental hazard, promotes health. That's doing a lot of work. Thanks, Georgiana. Anybody else? And Kelly, do you have anything to add? I know this is your space as well.
Yeah.
I just love hearing from you, and thank you for this work and the interdisciplinary nature of it. I think the more people that we can call in, the more disciplines that we can call in, right, the further we'll get. That's one of the running themes of the conference and of our work together. And so very exciting. And I'm seeing some props for Earthworks too, so that's exciting, an exciting bit of news. Just sharing too our collaboration worksheet. As I'm hearing you talk about the different levels of collaboration, it seemed like a perfect plug. So yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I'm giving you 3 minutes back.
Thank you.
But actually it's 1 minute, so.
If I can figure out how to now turn it off, right? All right, so this is really wonderful. We're excited about all the work that's happened, and we're going to come back together about at 4:10 Eastern to continue with this speed session. So thank you to everybody.
gonna come on mic and let you know we're gonna extend the break an extra 5 minutes. So actually our first presenter will start at 4:15. That's not gonna push anything back. Just want folks to know that we're gonna extend the break for 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to get started right at 4:15. And I'll ask my colleagues to pin Patricia, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry, I just saw your message, Patricia. Yeah, well, I'll be the slide holder for the 5-minute speed session. So let folks know, I'll be advancing your slides for you. We're going to keep it on a strict 5-minute time period. And I know that's not easy, but we love these lightning rounds. They're so much fun. Please don't take offense if we interrupt you and say, we gotta go, because we're going to just have to move things forward. It's hard to be the time police. So we appreciate everyone's enthusiasm today. And Patricia, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, perfect.
Great. So I'm going to talk a little bit about a assignment that I use. It is a small group assignment in a course that I teach on environmental sociology. So we'll go to the next slide. All right, thank you. So the course itself is interdisciplinary in nature, which I think is the hallmark of most issues related to environment and environmental justice. The course is actually an elective course, as I may have mentioned, for both social work students, but also sociology students. But it is a required course for students who are enrolled as a sustainability minor at my university, which is Bradley University in Peoria, Illinois. We do have the course open though to students from first year and up, and then across all majors. So it really becomes a truly interdisciplinary course because we have open enrollment and it's not tied into a prerequisite, for example. In the class itself, we do address a variety of environmental problems that involve, of course, and affect individuals and their environment. Some of the topics that we covered, and this is not an exhaustive list, climate change, all types of pollution, natural disasters, deforestation, resource depletion, overproduction, and overconsumption. So this should give you a little bit of an idea of what we do. And each week we do teach it from a lens of environmental justice. So students have to talk about how these issues affect various population groups, not just as a whole, but looking at, population groups that might have different types of identity, geographical in nature, for example, rural versus urban. So it lends itself to really great discussions. As we most of us know that these concepts and concerns have local, national, and global reach. And the environmental issues as part of the discussion, we focus on social, economic, educational, health, mental health, and the political systems as we move through discussions. So we'll go to the next slide and I'll tell you a little bit about the actual course assignment. So students work in groups, and this is an assignment that's scheduled like in the middle part to the end of the course. So they have opportunity to have been exposed to various topics and have been able to engage in discussions and work in groups within their classroom. So they self-identify student groups. They work together to identify an environmental concern that affects the university campus and its stakeholders. It could be something that affects just students or faculty, staff, but generally it is something that will have, kind of implications across a number of stakeholders and even the community. They collaborate over those last part of the second semester to find a realistic potential solution to address the campus issue. And that's one of the things we talk about, trying to make sure that it's feasible. There's certain criteria within a rubric, making sure it's sustainable and so forth. It doesn't have to be unique. It could be something, for example, that another university uses, and they can talk about how they might transplant it and implement it at Bradley University. Would it work or would it not work? And discuss what are those differences. Or it could be something that has been used in a community and now they're going to use it or propose to use it on our campus. Some of the topics have included food waste, recycling, solar energy, eco-anxiety, and waste management. The next slide goes a little bit into more details in terms of the artifacts. So we have students develop an infographic and they have to present this and share it among their classmates, and then a presentation. And they also have opportunities to share it with administration, with other key stakeholders, like the food waste group went and presented with the cafeteria staff, for example, in terms of raising awareness. So it was really great. Like I mentioned, we get students from across all levels and class status, a wide range of majors. One of the things I will say is a key takeaway is that they all feel more connected to the campus and the campus environment through actually completion of this assignment. And then the last slide I wanted to showcase, my students were actually selected and they were put into our Bradley University has this magazine that goes out to alumni in the community. There's a little highlight that talks specifically about the class and how our students want to make the environment better. So this was a great way to showcase their work and to raise awareness of some of these environmental concerns and actually being engaged in ecological and environmental justice through the assignment. So that's a little bit about what I can do, and it's easily transplantable. If people want the actual assignment, how I frame it, and the rubrics, just you can contact me at Bradley University. Thank you so much. That's my 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Patricia. Amazing, amazing work, and I appreciate your timeliness. Wonderful. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to move on to our next presenter, which is Mary Stiles. Mary, you are up.
Can you see my screen?
Oh, I'm sharing your slides. You don't have to share.
Okay. Oh, all right. Thank you.
Is that okay?
Yep, that's fine. Hi, everyone. I'm Mary Stiles. I'm an associate professor of social work at Damon University, and I'm also the archivist curator at the college. My goal today is to kind of share an approach for creating curiosity, enthusiasm around environmental justice for social work students. So you can go to slide 2. 2 years ago, I initiated this. Oh, is the slide going? Let's see. Ah, there we go. Thanks.
Sorry, I don't know what happened. Sorry about that.
I couldn't see it. 2 years ago, I initiated the Social Justice Art Gallery in the School of Social Work. They did a renovation and the space was just ideal for showing art. And so we decided to, I decided to do all social justice themes. And the theme that I want to present today is on a show called Toyology, which really centers on upcycling and getting students involved in the local community around social justice issues. And so the artist was Elizabeth Leader. Her art practice is going around to industrial sites around Buffalo, New York, ones that are now not in use, finding toys and discarded objects in those sites, taking photos, and then putting them together in dioramas. They're built into old oak drawers that she garbage picks during big garbage day around Buffalo. And so there are these really amazing presentations of kind of upcycling and also kind of showing some of the industrial sites and some of the problems around those industrial sites. So we can go to slide 3, please. This is another one of her pieces. What's really amazing about this is she's going into places where really it says no dumping, but there's a lot of dumping going on and there's a lot of other hazards there. And so just kind of really bringing that forward and helping the community to understand that this is in our community. We really haven't done much about it. Can you go to slide 4? So the exhibit coincided with the curriculum on environmental justice in my family and children's class. And so students had prepared for the opening by reading a lot of different articles on environmental justice impacts, so lead paint, toxic particles, sort of climate change, environmental racism, and also the benefits of green spaces. And so they came in with some knowledge about environmental justice. They attended the opening and the artist talk. The artist really shared her process of upcycling and also her affiliation with the Buffalo Niagara Waterkeepers, which is a volunteer group that cleans up a lot of the waterways that lead into Lake Erie. And so it was really, really interesting for the students to kind of have access to not only the art that was coming from these places, but also a way that they could get involved. So they were invited to participate in the cleanups that were coming, and they did do that. My goal today was really to build some enthusiasm and have you consider using art-based approaches for sort of creating enthusiasm around areas that students might not be feeling that confident about. Let's go to one more slide. Some pictures from the opening, and then the last slide. Thank you. These are other exhibits that we've done in the gallery. We did a really beautiful exhibit, Stop Asian Hate, Use Your Voice. We did a group show called Eclectic, all around sense of place and identity and movement of people. And then our most recent show, Apparatus, the Dystopian Triangle, War, Climate, and Displacement, which was my show. And so thank you very much for listening, and I hope you'll use art-based practices. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. There's nothing better than using art for activism. We have a pretty strong community here at Adelphi using artivism as a frame. So I appreciate your work. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sophia, the floor
Hey.
is yours.
Great. So, hi everyone. I'm Sophia Florida. I'm an MSW student, and I'll be presenting on sustainable landscaping. So I came across the connection between sustainable landscaping and social work by joining some environmental groups in my town. And I'm going to give an overview today of why certain landscaping practices are harmful and how social workers can help to shift them. Next slide, please. So to begin, many of us were raised with this expectation that lawns and parks should look neat and pristine with mowed grass and piles of mulch, with the leaves blown away immediately in the fall. And in order to achieve that aesthetic, people actually use these really harmful practices. So things like gas-powered equipment, pesticides, and irrigation. All of those things damage native ecosystems and also threaten public health. So I'm going to spend the rest of my presentation time talking about leaf blowers because they're particularly bad. They're incredibly loud and disruptive, and they use these two-stroke engines that have been banned in almost every other sector. So the engines are so inefficient that just 1 hour of using a leaf blower can produce the same air pollution as driving over 1,000 miles in a Toyota Camry. Those fumes that they emit have also been found to be toxic, and they're often emitted by leaf blowers around places where children and families are, so playgrounds, public parks, and in lawns. But the good news is that support is growing for phasing leaf blowers out. California banned the sale of gas-powered leaf blowers starting in this July, and I've worked on a draft ordinance in my own hometown. Next slide, please. So in my organizing work, I found two main interventions. First is to transition to electric equipment. It's quieter and it doesn't emit. Second, we need to change our landscaping practices and habits so that people consider leaving the leaves, which break down into a natural mulch. But how is all of this a problem to social workers? Well, if you've ever been in a public forum on leaf blowers, you would see the potential for social work help. But there's also a precedent for social work action, and it's in Princeton, New Jersey. So Princeton is it's a suburban town. It wanted to pass a partial ban on leaf blowers. And they began to work with Unidad Latina en Acción. It's a local group that works on migrant labor rights. So the group connected with landscapers in Princeton, most of which were small and Latino owned, and they held several working groups. And one of the things that came out of that collaboration was a mandate that landscapers register their business with the town. That means that Princeton can now ensure that not only are they following the partial leaf blower ban, they're also meeting the minimum standards for worker protections, such as carrying workers' comp. Are they providing masks for workers and ear protection when they're asking them to use this loud landscaping equipment? Next slide. So that's one great example of how social workers can create inclusive decision-making processes. And here are some additional recommendations. So first, social workers in libraries and schools can start sustainable landscaping programs. So in my town, that looks like having a native seed catalog at the local library, starting food gardens in schools, and then having public demonstration areas of what unmowed grass and native plants look like. In other towns, it's also looked like public information campaigns on the health impacts of leaf blowers for both the workers and the community. Social workers can also find creative ways to help landscaping companies with the cost of electrification. It's expensive to electrify a fleet, so social workers can help set up transition assistance programs that fund part of that cost. And lastly, we can collaborate across multiple levels and look ahead to state and national policy. So there are strong market and policy signals that the landscaping industry is shifting toward electrification, and social workers can help figure out how to make that shift more equitable and inclusive. I have some time for questions if anyone has anything. You could either unmute or...
Sophia, thank you so much for really connecting this situation that many of us who live in the Northeast, and I'm sure across the country, I don't know about across the world, but it's certainly this intrusion and connecting it back to social work practice. This is really, really, really important work and a tremendous insight that you gave us today.
Well, thank you so much, Renee. I appreciate that. Thanks everyone for listening.
Thanks so much. I see in chat. Trish Selby said, I'll include this as an issue, potential project for my student groups. Yeah. Okay. All right. Next up is Colleen Beach. Colleen, are you here with us? All right. There's Colleen. I see her name. One of my colleagues would mind pinning her. I would love that. Hi. Hi. Where are you? I don't see you yet. All right. You just tell me when to advance slides and we will get going.
Okay. My name is Colleen Beach. I'm here to ask you to join me in bridging the gap in practice, media, and education to better prepare our communities to leave no one behind in our climate change adaptation. Next slide, please. Using the People's Charter and the vital conditions for health and well-being as guidance, we can do more to prevent, recognize, and address elder abuse, particularly elder abuse that occurs in and around climate change related disasters. By the end of this presentation, I hope you can think of one way that you can play a role in planting the seeds to connect disaster preparedness with elder abuse prevention. Next slide, please. We can find support for this plan and one back, sorry. We can find support for this, no, the other way. Yeah, there we go. We can find support for this plan and be energized by the People's Charter, a living document created to encourage shared solution making for our joint challenges so all people can live with confidence, security, and peace in a sustainable world. If we seek to embrace the values put forth in the People's Charter, we can join with others around the world who are working to embrace local wisdom and global expertise to co-build and co-design a new eco-social world. Next slide, please. Why look to co-build and co-design? Because the evidence is there that tackling issues from a stance of individualism only benefits the few and the powerful. Creating a space where all can thrive is dependent on collective action and commitment. Next slide, please. The People's Charter outlines action steps to be taken together that can help us create inclusive climate adaptations. These action steps prioritize the well-being of historically marginalized groups, such as older adults, and connect us back to our planetary health. These can also be there can also be support found through local nonprofits and even the US federal government. Next slide, please. The Ripple Foundation and the US government agencies are using a capabilities approach through adoption of and implementation of strategies to support the vital conditions for health and well-being. Evidence can be seen of work being undertaken to create pathways towards meeting these vital conditions through collaborative partnerships. So for example, the Ripple Foundation has recently partnered with the Case Made and has a webinar coming up soon. Also, there is information available through the Office of Disease Prevention and Health Promotion and Equitable Long-Term Recovery and Resilience Interagency Group, Work Group. Next slide, please. The need to plant the seeds for change is more urgent now than ever. Next slide, please. More must be done to share stewardship to realize our goals of well-being and safety. According to a recent Monmouth University Polling Institute poll, fewer people believe that climate change is an urgent issue. Less than half of Americans see climate change as a very serious problem. Older adults are particularly vulnerable to the effects of climate change and experience unique concerns in the face of natural disasters. This shift in culture is happening just as the rates of older adults are rising from our current 17% to 22% by 2040. Next slide. Elder abuse is a public health issue that needs to be factored in as we make climate change adaptations. We must do something to increase awareness and increase social capital across the lifespan as a protective factor against maltreatment. Next slide. Indulge me for a moment to share with you some common signs of elder abuse. It can be broken bones, unpaid bills, unkempt housing. It can include altered mental status. These can also be confused for signs related to disaster recovery. I ask you to look at this cycle and consider, as we build a new world, where you might find yourself in this cycle. Next slide, please. The following are some actions that could be taken by potentially you or some of your colleagues to connect both disaster planning and elder abuse prevention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Colleen. Thank you for your promptness and thank you for your research and your sharing this intervention with us all. Okay. As a reminder to everyone in the room, we have all of the slides in our Eco Toolbox for you all. So I love this quote that I just wanted to put up on the screen before we finish up. Thank you. Okay. Kelly or Georgiana, is there, I can't see the participant list. Is Jennifer here? Somebody could just jump off mic.
No, but do not see her yet.
I think somebody must have come out.
Okay, so we're gonna, I'm sorry?
Just move on to Sarah.
Okay, so for everyone in the room, I'm just gonna move through these slides. Dr. Jetner had something come up, so unfortunately she's not here to present right now. Her presentation was on manifesting food justice in the Deep South, a call to action. So I'm not gonna go, her slides are beautiful, and you can look at them, but I'm not going to do any of it justice. So it's maybe we will ask Dr. Jetner if she's able to record a session for us, and we'll put it in our recorded sessions folders. So I'm going to move on to our next presenter. Sarah, are you ready to go?
I'm ready. Can you
You're
hear me
ready.
okay?
Amazing. Perfect. Let's get started.
Okay. My name is Sarah Strayer, and I'm an assistant professor and director of field education with the Master of Social Work program at Alliant International University. And previously, I served as the lead advisor for a countywide multi-sector stakeholder network to support farm-to-school programming, specifically focusing on early care and education settings, with the aim of developing a community-based food system that enhances the health and well-being of young children and their families. So using this experience as a case study example, this presentation will explore how our community worked together to create a sustainable, equitable, and just local food system to promote environmental justice through farm-to-school partnerships. Next slide, please. So Farm to School is a set of strategies and activities aimed at increasing access to healthy, locally sourced foods, enhancing food and agriculture education, and developing racial and social equity through a community-based food system by creating a direct link between farmers and schools to provide quality and affordable foods to students while bolstering agricultural sustainability and the local economy, reducing environmental impacts, prioritizing seasonal produce, and increasing culturally relevant school kitchens, family engagement, and market opportunities for underrepresented farmers and growers. Next slide, please. My community already had strong networks and organizations in place working on a variety of health and food systems issues. However, farm to school was not a prominent focus. So in order to strengthen farm to school in the county, a group of community advisors was established to assess and increase awareness of farm to school, identify barriers and needs of school providers to implement it, and identify local resources and stakeholders that can support its implementation, including members of an existing Food Alliance network, local schools, farmers, food distributors, nonprofit organizations that worked in nutrition, and caregivers. The stakeholders were asked to complete a needs assessment survey to determine the current knowledge, resources, barriers, and needs related to farm to school in the county. And the results of this survey informed a community dialogue to provide a networking opportunity for people across sectors and increase knowledge and awareness of farm to school. Lastly, a strategic plan was developed to ensure long-term systems change, including ideas for future work. Next slide, please. Several priorities and key strategies were identified to further farm to school in the county, which include grant opportunities at the local, state, or federal level to support a farm to school leadership organization, training, and resource development, forming a work group or task force of key stakeholders to focus on, coordinate, and further farm to school partnerships and strategies, as well as to facilitate meetings and trainings, a resource guide or database to provide a central repository of resources to streamline farm to school processes, such as listing farmers who can serve schools and their available crops, delivery options, and prices. Also, professional development opportunities to further knowledge and awareness of farm to school for school staff, and a pilot program to begin testing farm to school strategies and provide evidence of its value and effectiveness, such as on-site gardens, food or agriculture education, or cooking or taste testing local produce. Next slide, please. So reflecting on your own communities, I encourage you to take action to initiate farm to school partnerships, engage and empower your communities, and advance environmental justice. To begin, identify and engage existing community networks and stakeholders to build your team. It's also critical to set a strategic vision and direction for the initiative through creating a mission, developing a plan, utilizing work groups and committees, fundraising, implementing impact or action models, among other activities. And then utilizing existing resources for support to identify best practices, policies, partners, funding, and programs. And on the slide, I identified a few well-known resources to explore. Raising awareness about the initiatives helps to bring in new stakeholders and build community support, which can be accomplished through outreach, publicity, and engaging supporters. And I hope this was a helpful introduction to farm to school to emphasize actionable and replicable tools to facilitate implementation in your own communities. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you so much. And we have a little time for questions. And actually, we're going to bring up all of the speed session presenters. I know this wasn't planned, but we'd like to bring everybody up if possible. We can pin everybody so that we can just facilitate a couple of minutes of questions before we move on to the closing part of our session. And I will stop actually the share here. Let's see if we can get everybody up and allow for some questions. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot. And if I am, you can just keep yourself off. We did not plan this. Thank you, colleagues, for pinning everybody. I appreciate it. So to our learning community, to our presenters, any questions that came up for folks? Anything that any feedback from our participants out there in the virtual space? These speed sessions are so much fun because you get so much information in such a short amount of time. It's like a big dopamine kick. And this was like a great way to really kind of close out our day today. So I really appreciate everybody's enthusiasm and contributions here. So I just wanted to see if there was any questions.
Yes, we have one.
There's a question in chat.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
We're just both so eager and energized. No, Trish was just asking Sarah if the resource guide was available, as her daughter was involved in food waste research in schools.
Yeah, so our resource guide specific to our community, but I know that there are sample resource guides or access in the National Farm to School Network links that I put on my slides, as well as each different state has a farm to school network as well. And then the USDA Office of Community Food Systems are all really great resources.
I think one of the things that spoke to me as each one of you were speaking was, and really what this whole conference brings back to us is about the power of doing, right? Is finding meaningful solutions for the problems that we see, and in the personal, the professional, all of the spaces and places we occupy, and our clients and our students and all of the places we take up space. That finding a way to make a difference and to make a change, and that's was really inspirational from each one of you, coming from all different perspectives. And I think that's really a testament to our profession, as well as how dynamic it really is in terms of the adaptability and mobility and all of those things that social workers can bring to this space. So I appreciate everybody here for your enthusiasm, and everybody else here in the room as well. Okay, thank you so much. Kelly, Georgiana, where are we at next? We are closing the day out, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to welcome back Murali to close us out with an ending meditation. It's always we kind of come full circle here toward the end of the day. It always wraps up. And it's nice to center ourselves again and remind ourselves of those earlier intentions and the joy we came into this with. Thank you for coming back with us.
Yes, can you hear me, Kelly?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes. I really appreciate what we are doing. I would like to bring President Obama's little quote, "Yes, I can." Never ever underestimate the potential. And even Kelly's 10-year-old daughter, now she might be bigger now, and she's making so much impact. And I think never give up, and we as social workers not only do it to our profession, we need to reach out and educate others, and we have to take care of ourselves. That is what I am here for. I want you to close your eyes and take a couple of deep breaths and just reflect on what you did today, and see it is not once a year thing. It will be something you can carry it over day in and day out. And at the end of the day, make sure you can reflect on what you did that particular day. And take a 3 deep breath, inhale, counting 3, and keep smiling, and then pause it, counting 6. Exhale, counting 6, very, very, very slowly. And again, repeat it 2 more times. And while you are inhaling and exhaling, say in your mind, "Yes, I can. Yes, I can." Don't get disappointed if it won't work out, but at least keep that in mind. "Yes, I can. Yes, I can." After the 3rd deep breath, slowly open your eyes and give a nice smile. Kelly, I really wish you could take a picture of all of us in a smiling face.
That's a beautiful idea. I love it.
I wish all of you all the best, and try to make it an example for others in this world, to live.
Thank you. You certainly do that for us. I'm so grateful to you. Thank you for being here and for all of your wisdom, kindness, and love.
Okay, I'm looking for Georgiana. Where are you? Thank you.
Here.
There you are. Thank you so much, Murali. Thank you to everybody here in our community today. Thank you. I'm so glad we met some new people today. We heard from some new voices. It was a really meaningful, moving experience, as it always is. This is certainly an act of love, this conference. This comes from each one of our, like, when we talk about the personal, it comes from our hearts. Obviously, it's our profession and we're doing this as well, but it really does come from the heart. So it's so wonderful to share space with folks who have the same commitment to our planet and each other, and to love and to growth and to togetherness and community. So I appreciate my colleagues being here today. And then I just wanted to, before I turn it over to Kelly and Georgiana, just mention an evaluation will be coming to the email that you registered for the conference with. Please do fill that out. We use them to inform our programming and planning, so they are quite helpful for us. And as I mentioned earlier, if you applied for CEs, those will come in the next 7 to 10 business days. And if you have any questions around that, we will be happy to answer them. We've shared lots of material with you today. We're going to continuously update that material as it comes into us. We have more recorded presentations that we're expecting, and some more slides. So keep your eyes out on that folder we shared. We'll probably send you out one more email next week with just a follow-up and some of additional resources that we might have. So thank you all. And Kelly, let me turn it over to you.
Sure. Yeah, this is truly a labor of love, and we're so grateful to each of you for being here with us. I see that Professor Nair has also shared a happiness calendar, so we'll include that as well in our resources. One of the main reasons that we started this conference, one of the reasons why we keep finding ourselves here, is that despite all of the horrors of the climate crisis and the heaviness of learning about injustice and environmental degradation, there is hope. And that hope really comes for me from finding others who are working in this space and building collaboration. And so this is really that manifested. And we look forward to the ripple effects of this conference, and we hope that you'll return and join us again next year, and tell your friends and colleagues so that we can continue to grow this group. And thank you again to all who gave their time and energy and expertise. Georgiana?
Yeah, thank you. I think what resonated for me today, compared to years prior, was really the new voices that were also in the room, particularly really that focus on, breaking down individualism and capitalism that keeps us divided, and really focusing more on those strategies of collaboration and connection, whether we're calling it interdisciplinary or multi-solving or intersectional or nonlinear or non-siloed. It's all about trying to do our part where we are, where our interests rest, where we personally are, where we professionally are, but recognizing that we're a larger part of that whole. And that at this point within our profession and related professions, because I know there are non-social workers in the room, it's really about manifesting that new future, that collaborative future of simultaneously hope and frustration, because we're never going to solve these issues entirely, but that doesn't mean that we should be stopping what we're doing. So in keeping with that, I did want to announce that there is an opportunity to continue this conversation that is going to be taking place both hybrid, online, and in person. So I am the member of the first cohort of Sacred Heart University's School of Social Work PhD program. So we are putting on our third anti-racist symposium on August 7th. Let me make sure I'm just saying that date correct. Yes, August 7th from 8:30 to 4:30. So I am putting in the chat pod. This year's focus is on environmental justice and social justice, really, because I've convinced everybody at Sacred Heart that they can't leave this stuff behind and they're not going to get rid of me. So I'd really I think a lot of these conversations and presentations would be really valuable there. There are opportunities there for posters and lightning sessions as well. So I will put the call for proposals in the chat pod. If anybody is interested, you're more than welcome to reach out to me, and we will have our registration information listed as well soon. So don't let this conversation stop there. Remember that we have that collaboration document for you. You're more than welcome to reach out to anybody who's put their information on there. I saw during one of the breaks, I already had a few people join me on LinkedIn and follow me. So I'll be doing that back to you. And just thank you for all of the work you do today and every day to work on all of these issues, that we face in social work and will face in the future. So thank you.
Georgiana, Judy wrote in chat, hope is the word. And I think that's a great way to end today. Thank you so much, everybody. We hope to see you again soon, and take care of yourselves.
Bye, everyone. Thank you.
Bye, all.
Bye, everyone. All right, I think we're gonna close the room out to my co-chairs. Congratulations. Let me see.